They're all waiting. I call this meeting to order. If you would, stand and follow along with the Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation by Chief Schmidt. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for this wonderful day that we've been provided. Father, we are grateful to thee for the many blessings we enjoy in this region. We are so grateful to thee for our community and those that serve it, as well as our visitors and the prosperity that we have enjoyed. At this time, Father, we ask blessings upon our aldermen, that they will be blessed with thy spirit, that they will be blessed in order to deduce those things that thou would have them do to better represent the city, the region, and to be a shining example for the U.S. Father, we also ask a special blessing upon the young lady that will be honored tonight, and as well as blessings upon her family with continued safety and good health. And we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, would a roll call, please?
Harkness,
Yes.
Lucas, Cooper,
Yes.
Milton,
Yep.
Denham,
Here.
Scholes,
Here.
Williams.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Great. I will be presenting a special accommodation to a member of our community. I would like to invite Destin French and Battalion Chief Josh Boehm, to the podium, please. Hi, Destin. I've heard good things about you. So this young girl demonstrated remarkable composure with quick thinking when her mother experienced a medical emergency while driving on Highway 65. Recognizing the situation, she acted immediately to stop the vehicle, steer it safely out of traffic, and prevent what could have been a much more serious incident. She was then able to clearly communicate critical information to first responders, helping ensure her mother received prompt medical care. Throughout the situation, she also cared for and comforted her younger sibling until they were safely reunited with their father. Her actions very likely prevented serious injuries and are a powerful example of courage and presence of mind under pressure. How old are you, Destin? 14 years old, which is why we feel honored to give this special recognition. So there is it's a proclamation for Destin, and I will go ahead and read that. In recognition of her extraordinary courage, composure, and selflessness, during a recent emergency involving a family member while traveling. In a moment that would cause fear and uncertainty for most, she showed remarkable strength and clarity. Faced with a sudden and serious situation, she remained calm and made a decisive, life-preserving choice to safely take control of the vehicle and guide it out of harm's way. This action required a level of awareness and presence of mind that many adults will struggle to demonstrate, and played a critical role in preventing a far more dangerous outcome. She continued to respond with care and purpose, communicating clearly with first responders and providing critical information while also offering comfort and reassurance to a younger family member in her care. Her actions reflect exceptional character, compassion, and courage. She embodies the very best of our community values and serves as a powerful reminder of the difference one individual can make in a moment of need. On behalf of the City of Branson, We commend her for her remarkable actions and for serving as an inspiration to our entire community. Signed by the Mayor Milton. Do we want to get a photo up here? Invite her up here. Police chief is giving her a warning for driving a vehicle without a license. You can't put points on her license, she doesn't have one. Well, how cool is that? So we are now, this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear from the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note the clerk will let the speakers know when they have 30 seconds left, and a notification will sound when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a board member to bring an item down from consent, for additional discussion, please note this request during comments. Please come to the freestanding microphone to address the board. Madam Clerk, we have any speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Gary Groman.
Good evening. Branson's entertainment industry is founded on 3 things that, as far as I'm concerned with. The first is the foundation it's built on: faith, family, and flag. The second is our lakes and our outdoors. After the lakes and outdoors, which brought people down here, we started our shows. And the third is our shows. Not just shows, but the shows we have, the number of shows we have, the quality of shows we have, the types of shows we have. Every other travel destination has everything else we have. I mean, and it's the shows that I'm concerned about. I've talked to more than one show owner who is concerned about the way the revenue from our shows are reported. You look at the stats and our shows are either doing good or better, but if you knocked off the top 2 and the bottom 2, you could end up with a Branson Show Index, which might actually give you a figure that shows could look at and engage, hey, how am I doing compared to this? The typical Branson show trying to compare their revenue to Sight and Sound and Dixie Stampede, that's different. They're in an entirely different universe. So I would suggest or ask that you give some consideration to that. We can have our shows, our revenue, and then just have Branson Show Index and knock off the top 2, bottom 2, and it might be a different figure, but I think it would give the shows a more accurate figure to work with. And the second thing has to do with kudos for our Parks Department. I have 4 great-grandchildren who have been involved in different park activities. Last few years, I've not been able to go to a lot of that stuff, but recently I've been able to go. And let me tell you, that parking lots are jammed. You got people that are there enjoying their kids, enjoying their families, and it's a city service that they actually, so you flush a toilet, the city's doing it. We love our police department, our fire department, but here's something where they're actually for them, they can actually see if their kids are out there having fun. I went Saturday, and it was so crowded I couldn't find a parking spot up at the right place. So kudos to our park department, not just the campground they run, but everything they do, and particularly what they do for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Cindy, did you catch all that? Madam Clerk?
Our final speaker is Daniel Meenan.
Hello all, Daniel Meenan, Van Buren Road, Branson, Missouri. I was gonna just bring up one point, but I wanted to kind of follow up with his concern about the shows. I know Branson was a hotspot for shows back in the 90s. You drive out to Tennessee, Pigeon Forge, you can see what Branson used to be like. Bumper to bumper traffic, tourism walking up and down the sidewalks. But after the tornado hit Branson, a lot changed. And if you're looking currently at the current vibe on major cities, I know a show just came to Springfield, Missouri. Broadway is traveling, but none of the shows after the tornado, all the big theaters that might have had the orchestra pit or whatnot, they're gone. There's no shows here or theaters here that can actually sustain a Broadway-style show with a live orchestra pit to actually recruit those shows down to Branson and maybe try to, you know, put the paddles on the pulse for the showbiz and get the showbiz to keep going and keep growing. So that's my first thought out loud, is just wondering how the city can partner with maybe a theater that's big enough to maybe want to take on that endeavor of carving out a orchestra pit to get the live orchestra in to try and recruit those Broadway-style productions and get them in here. The second one is, and I don't know, I'm going to change gears a little bit, I don't know if there's a public discussion on the appointments or not, but it's more of a question of clarity on transparency. I noticed that on the staff report for the Board of Adjustment appointment, it actually calls out one applicant applied, one position open, one selected. None of the other staff reports call out how many applied, who applied. It just says these people have been selected. So for transparency, could it go, all these people applied, and then you've got now a database to use for any future volunteer opportunities that you could reach out to those first that might not have been selected? Like, we understand that you want to partner with the city and grow and learn. Unfortunately, you weren't selected, but we will use your name first in the future if anything comes up that needs more volunteers.
Daniel, all the applicants are posted on our website.
I'm just saying, when I looked at the actual city
Talking about
council.
the printed list.
When I looked at, if you look at the staff report for the Board of Adjustment position, it actually calls out, there is one vacancy to the Board of Adjustment and one application received. The following applicant will be voted on by the board. The others say these people have been selected to either be reappointed or appointed to the board.
That's right.
So it's just, if we're going to put all the information in one spot for a meeting agenda, it just might be a good idea to put it all in all the reports. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hillary, do you have any comments on that?
I do not. I took a note
Okay,
and
thank you. So next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the board or staff would like to have moved down from consent agenda to ask any additional questions? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the March 31st, 2026 special meeting, April 14th, 2026 regular meeting, April 14th, 2026 special meeting, and April 20th, 2026 special meeting. Acknowledgement of the disbursements for March 16th, 2026 through April 16th, 2026. Final reading of Bill Number 6664, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Taney County Sheriff's Department for memorandum of understanding for dual commission of the K-9 unit for interdiction operations between Branson Police Department and Taney County Sheriff's Office, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. And final reading of Bill Number 6666, an ordinance approving the contract with Quadient Leasing for postage meter rental and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Do I have a motion approving all items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote, please?
Harkness,
Yes.
Lucas? Cooper?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is appointments to the 76 Entertainment Community Improvement District. During the last meeting, a motion was made and seconded to appoint Larry Milton and Kathy Stepp as city directors and Matt Grocock and Patrick Hagood as the stakeholder directors, all with terms expiring March 2020. The item was postponed and is now ready for additional discussion and a vote.
So I'm requesting this motion be voted down. So let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Sorry, I think we should clarify.
Oh,
We're voting down, correct?
I want to vote the previous slate down so I can present a new slate. So
My
I'm asking-
apologies, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you, Glenn. So I'm asking for the previous slate of directors to be voted down. So let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 If I may interject, Mayor?
Is there a confusion?
Yeah, there is apparently,
Okay,
and I
yeah.
apparently started it, so let me try to clear it up if I may. The motion on the floor is to accept the prior nominations. The mayor's requesting that we all vote nay on this motion. Is that correct, Mayor?
That is correct.
Okay, so sorry about
I
any
thought they were up
confusion
for
there.
vote. You're right. You're right. I thought I was saying, yeah, I'm with you now. Okay, so when I make the motion to vote this down, what I'm really, really asking for is for the alderman to vote yes.
So it's in the affirmative. So to get the off the floor,
Yes,
everybody wants to vote no if you want them to be voted down.
got it. Now, so I was confused. I was looking for yeses. I'd have been disappointed with 6 noes.
It may be the first time you've asked for everybody to vote no.
Oh. You know what? Might be. Okay, so now we're all clear. So I'm requesting this motion to be voted down. Please vote. All in favor? Vote no.
All those opposed.
All those in favor, opposed,
Nay.
nay, vote.
There you go. So there's one nay. How do the rest of you want to vote?
That was Artie.
Everybody
Just
should.
say no. No.
Could we do
There
it?
you go.
Okay,
No, good. Everybody's a no.
has
Then we're gonna
everybody
say-
voted?
I'm a no. I'm
Okay.
a no.
We're going to say 6 no's. Motion fails. Thank you.
Ah, that was easy. Let's see if this goes any easier. I'm now requesting the following appointments be made for Category 5, 76 Entertainment Community District Board with terms expiring March 2030. Myself, Larry Milton, as a city director, Alex Williams as a city director, Matt Grocock as a stakeholder director, and Chuck O'Day as a stakeholder director. Do I have a motion to approve these appointments for the 76 Entertainment CID as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mayor, if I could, I'd like to entertain the idea amongst the board here of having additional discussion. And with that, I'll just jump to it. I'm moving to separate the question, pulling Matt Grocock from the slate.
Just to clarify, that was a motion to amend.
That's correct.
I second.
Okay, so if we pull Matt Grocock, then we're going to have a slate of 3. Is that correct, Hillary?
That is correct. I believe the motion was to then vote on Matt Grocock separately. So you'll take one vote, if I'm understanding correctly, on the 3, and then the second vote on just Matt Grocock.
Okay. So the first vote will be on the slate of 3. Larry Milton as city director, Alex Williams, city director, Chuck O'Day as a stakeholder director.
And really quick, just if we could, so since the amendment is on the floor, if we could vote on the amendment to make sure that we want to vote that way, and then you'll vote on the slate if it passes.
Okay, so we're voting to see if we want to have an amendment.
Correct.
Okay, those in favor of wanting an amendment, vote aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, so an amendment's been approved. Now the amendment is for 3 of the 4 stakeholders. Larry Milton, City Director, Alex Williams, City Director, Chuck O'Day, Stakeholder Director. Do I have a motion approving these 3 to the 76 CID as presented?
So moved.
Yeah, and so the motion is already on the floor because it's been amended, so actually you just need to call for the vote now on those 3.
Okay, so I'm calling for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
And now there's a motion on the floor to approve Matt Grocott, so now call for the
Okay,
vote.
so there's a separate vote for Matt Krokock as a stakeholder director. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Since Alderman Williams made the motion, is there a reason why you wanted to pull Matt Grocott?
Yes, and preparing for the meeting, Alderman Denham, I was speaking with stakeholders, speaking with the folks that sit on the board, and in the spirit of interest of that board moving forward, it would be good to keep the majority of that board intact while also respecting the disposition of this board, bringing an alderman into the mix. So that is the purpose behind that, is to help keep that intact.
So who would be who are we talking about then?
Well,
Oh, you're
we're
talking
not
about
at
just
that
leaving,
point.
I got you.
Correct.
Any more discussion?
Yes, I would like to thank you for tabling this and giving myself some time to look into it, to research it. I've read over the contract, I've attended a 76 meeting, and I've spoken with board members. And it is the same. The current board is not interested in leaving, and they all recommended that it stays with the current person. And so I just wanted to thank you for giving me some time to be able to vote this with my conscience.
Great. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we're at the point of voting for Matt Grocott to be on the 76 CID.
Correct. And would you like to do a roll call vote on that?
Yes, please.
Harkness?
No.
Lucas? Cooper? Denham?
Yes.
Schulz?
No.
Williams?
No.
So the result of the vote is 2 yeses, 4 nos. The motion to approve Matt Grocott as a stakeholder director fails.
Okay. What's next?
So, Your Honor, the next item is an update on the West 76 Country Boulevard.
We'll begin with a report from Michael Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, new members of the board. Excited to give you an update for West 76 Country Boulevard. Today being April 28th of 2026, I want to highlight that we had last updated in May of 24, and then we had a full-blown study session. The objective tonight is to provide a little bit of background on what 76 is and what we've been working on for the multiple years to get to this point, and kind of the steps going forward and where we stand today. So without further ado, we'll get through there and then we'll take some questions at the end. Please feel free to stop me anywhere as we go through. There is a ton of information, and I'm thankful that Cheryl's here and Matt's here in case I don't have the exact details of something. I do not want to give that out wrong. So the vision, right? So the vision, what was 76 vision? The improvements were needed to increase safety and business activity. Enhanced streetscape would include better pedestrian and automobile circulation, beautification, and updated designs and functionality. Big parts of that: relocate utilities underground, enhance pedestrian safety sidewalks, ADA, and crosswalks. Crosswalks are kind of my thing on this project and where we're headed, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Update and improve the visual appeal. You know, there were paved curbs are basically what they call sidewalks there is what MoDOT left us. So, of course, this road used to be maintained and owned by MoDOT, and now the city and the 76 CID take care of that and improve that. Improve water line volumes, reliability, and control. This is super important down both sides of it. We're putting in 12-inch mains. We're providing fire capabilities for the theaters that they've never had before. Overall, it's a resilient system. The utilities group has done a great job of making sure we have a system that we can turn off zones and activate zones and go backwards and forwards. So the maintenance in the next 50 years are well taken care of. Grow business success, right? A lot of things that you read online or hear people talk about is, hey, that end is a little bit blighted, and we're going to talk about segment 1 and 2 and where that's at, what we are. And of course, economic growth. As you see, some of the theaters have been taken down, and those properties are either for sale or in some point of redevelopment. And we want to make sure that when you choose to redevelop, that you have the proper sewer lines, you have the proper water lines, you have the proper ability to drag people or let people come to your business. And before coming to the city of Branson, I've been honest in many meetings. I'm like, nobody's going to use sidewalks here. They're not. But I think it's very, very interesting to look at segment 3 or get onto Google and look at segment 3. And every day, you know, that's over by the Presley's Theater and Chick-fil-A. And we had some of those developments done on their dime versus that, and versus the city dime or the taxpayer's dime. And you look at the amount of families that are walking. So I suggest go out to Google and see it. It's amazing every day. And so, you know, that's what we're trying to protect is what is the future of Branson. The journey. Right, super important, a long journey that we've done. The petition was filed December 3rd of 2015. And initially the segment was only segment 3, which is 0.33 of a mile. So a lot of people don't realize that. And there were only 26 property owners. The CID board is governed by 7 members, some of the parts that you were working through just recently, including 3 city representatives. What does the 76 board do? They're authorized to impose a 1% tax overall in the district. So if you are in the district of the boundaries, 1% of that tax goes back in and helps fund some of these improvements. The tax was approved by the qualified voters of the CID. So that's the voters that were in those sections as is. And that's important to know because if we want to expand it or do other parts to it, you have to go out and get those votes. The CID was established by the Board of Aldermen on 2016 by the ordinance. So just because you file the petition, it still takes a matter of time to go out and get the support and move on. The city CID cooperative agreement was approved on 2018, and then the CID annexation of 1 and 2 and 4 and 6 is super important to realize that wasn't even brought online until 2020. So. Cooperative agreements, like what are they? What do they do? You know, being outside, you're like, well, how does this work? The CID has duties and the city has duties, and they work together to manage the taxpayer's dollar and make sure that we spend it in the right way. Helps fund the 76 CID project. It can only be used in the taxing area. So if you create a taxing area, you can't go spend the money in somewhere else. So it's helping to benefit the people that choose to go on there. Certain CID administrative services, they do board of director meetings. They prepare annual CID budget. We also help them with that and make sure they do that. They file an annual CID report with the state auditor to make sure that the books are correct, right, and make sure that all the dollars are accounted for. They review limited portions of the CID improvements. So they help us along the line as you're developing the themes, the wow that's there. They help us figure out what is it that everybody wants? What is it that the stakeholders want? And they're parts for the creative development. So city duties, of course, we collect, implement, and enforce the sales tax. So along with the state, we record the sales tax revenue, design and construction of the CID project. And that's why I stand here tonight as one of the many representatives of people in the city that are working hard to bring this project to light for you. We also own the CID project when it's completed. So all those improvements that get made, they go right back into our system and is considered another asset, no different than a roadway to get to your house or get to a different shopping area or whatever you're working on. We also manage the operation and maintenance services, and that's really important to realize that if today you're not planning for the future, you're not planning for how much it's going to cost to take care of the thousands of plants that will end up on here, and the irrigation and the services of the people out there, and the snow removal, and making sure you do that. That's part of the city, and that's part of the 76 cooperative agreement. We also host public monthly meetings with the 76 board. Their last Wednesday of the month at 1:30. They're publicly open, just like this. Anybody can come to them at any point, and they're also recorded and put online for the transparency that we've been working on for many years now. So a lot of people have questions about what is the phasing or what is it. So this color map, as Curtis had prepared and talked to you guys before, is one of the great roles that Curtis's group does and Chad's group does for us, is come up with these great maps. And so segment 1 would be on the left of your screen. Then you go down to segment 2, which is yellow, and then segment 3 is the one that's completed, that's green. And then you see 4, 5, and 6. So those are the ones that are in there currently. We're gonna kind of scroll in to talk about where we're at. We are talking about developing and the plans going out to bid for segment 1 and 2. So basically from the Butterfly Palace, but it's important to remember that up by the Butterfly Palace is actually owned by the state. And so until you get Shepherd of the Hills area, the actual signalized intersection going on, that's when we kick in. But we are doing water improvement lines that go up and help connect some of the things that are there. Then you go all the way down to the Ferris wheel and you're connecting back into segment 3. So hopefully that's visible for everybody that's online. So segment design and construction. So part of my duties when I came on is you had a design and commencement basic table that really didn't match what realistic expectations were. So with that, here you see segment 1 and 2. We started design in 2022 and then commencement of building in 2026, which is a pretty realistic timetable, but when you're working out lots of little details that are on a project, and they're big rocks to move sometimes. Over the past year, you've seen me come up to the board and say, now we have a utility agreement, now we have a underwater, now we have an agreement for wires, now we have agreements with the owners. So we're working hard in the background, and then also we've had the agreements with the Federal Highway Committee and also MoDOT, which is bringing more funding, and we'll talk about that in just a second. It's important to highlight that there could be future segments that are here. So segments 7 and 8 aren't currently part of it, but would require annexation into the CID, and segment 7 runs from the Auto Farm Museum to Bar Harbor Street, and then segment 8 runs from Bar Harbor Street to Sunshine. And so when you're looking at that map, you see a little bit of purple that touches the highway. That's part of the taxing community, but also that's a part that we'll have to work with MoDOT from Sunshine Street, kind of going towards Bob Evans and over the bridge, and then down the hill is MoDOT controlled. And so we work with them pretty closely and have monthly meetings with them. So a little bit of background on that. The road behind us, right? So 2021, and this is just with segment 1 and 2, they had RFQ for engineering services and looked around. That's part of the process. You have to make sure you have the most qualified engineering firm, and then you work through the budgeting process and the cost to develop plans. They started out in 2022. I was in the city at the time in a little bit different role, and they had stakeholder meetings, which were really interesting and actually very informative from the engineering standpoint, because you're seeing what the business owners really felt. And we walked down 76 and we had stop paddles, and we walked around and we looked at what works and what doesn't, and families from the theaters, from the Duttons to many, many more were all at those meetings. Even the mayor was there. And so, I mean, it's a big deal, and it was really good. 2023 was important, right? We sat down and said, hey, what's phasing look like? What's your cost presentation look like? Have you guys run the numbers? How much is this gonna cost? What is your budget? And with the administration that I'm working with right now, with Kathy and Alex, I mean, that was the first time that we're empowered to really say, where are you at? And how much are you spending? It isn't an answer of let's just build Walt Disney World. It's what can the money afford? Because at the end of the day, the taxing revenue is only going to be so much, and you can only build your house so big based on what revenue that you have coming in, and are we being conservative? So we took a little step back there. That's an honest truth, right? And so we really narrowed down, like, what's realistic? For a minute, we were talking about pedestrian bridges back and forth between the businesses. That's great, but at $1.5 million a piece, you're not going to go very far very quick. And so then what are you going to do about 88? What are you going to do about over? So enough said about that. Design developments for plan, resolution, MoDOT environmental review. Very big steps. When you take federal highway money, which we are taking into this project to help so the tax burden isn't only on the taxpayers that are here, but the taxpayers that you pay with your gasoline when you go to fill up, we deserve our fair share in that. We're in a little bit different market than the Springfield market, but down here we have a say and we can go after that money, and we did, and we were super successful in that, and I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of Cheryl and Matt's work to deal with MoDOT, and not to deal with MoDOT. I still love my MoDOT, so I will clean up my verbiage there. So, but yes, many meetings. Like came back today and had another meeting with them. So we're on the right place, and lots of work has been done. Final easements executed and recorded in 2025. Utility agreements that I kind of talked about for just a second. If you've dealt with any of the utility companies, they have a lot of things that they do to protect the customers and the future people that are digging in the ground, and lots of control that they want. And so to underground the wires and the infrastructure that's there to protect us from even the crazy weather that we've had over the last couple of days and the tornadoes in the past, are we going to fix the whole network? No, but we're going to clean up the face of Branson that everyone's seeing. We also did plan submitted to review for citizen serve. Just like if you're developing a business in the city of Branson, we put in our plans the same to citizen serve. So there's another round of people that are inside the city that are looking at, electrical requirements. Did you do your polling right? Did you do your things right? Or are all your right of way? And so lots of stakeholders, but all those things are behind us, and all those things are approved. And then it was approved in February of 2026. So now we're kind of fast forwarding to this time. So what is the road ahead? So April 26th, the cooperative agreement's signed. A little precursor to what you're going to work on here in just a minute. So excited to see that I come back, and I was like, well, April 26th, we sure hope the cooperative agreement, and here we are tonight, and I'm like, signed, and we'll just go ahead and change that. So they're also going to work on approving a bonding, right? And so we sit on that. And what's in bonding, it's very similar to, if I was sitting online and I was listening to this, is how you get money. Like when you want to build a house, you're going to go to the bank and you're going to say, I want to spend this kind of money. This is the kind of money that I have coming in, and what type of rate are you going to give me? So that's going to go to a market, and people are going to buy bonds. And so lots of people sitting here are probably a lot smarter than me and have bonds and stocks and all types of stuff. But it's another mechanism of funding. So that takes about 75 days. That is not in our control. That is outside of the control. In June of 2026, MoDOT, we owe them our plan set one more time. So once we have all the job special provisions, and those are JSPs, we refer to as all the special things that we're going to put into a contract to try to protect the interest of the business, the interest of the city, and make sure that we are controlling phasing without driving up the cost. Of course, if you want to build something in 48 hours, if you pay the kind of money to do it, it could happen. But you also have to do the balance of it. And the reality of this project is it's a year-long project. There is no qualms about that it's anything less than a year. We're putting in incentives with the blessing of the 76 board, and one of the members are here today, that will incentivize the contractors to get done 2 months early. We did the same type of technique in downtown. They're calling for me. There you go. So, anyway, so once that goes and MoDOT takes a look at it, and then why does MoDOT have an interest in this? It's because of the money, the federal highway money, and also we have $800,000 that are in there. It'll go out for bid for construction, and of course you want to give a fair shake to the large enough companies to be able to bid this, right? And you also want to give their people a chance to say, can we make this work in our schedule? You know, some of the biggest companies that are there may be looking at another project. MoDOT said, hey, when are you guys releasing this? Because we're a little bit worried about our project across the lake. And I was like, well, when are you guys releasing yours? Because you want to make sure that that labor is there, that one's not waiting on the other, and you're not driving up the cost for the other municipalities or the state back and forth. So we try to all balance that. And this looks like this is going to work out really good for that. Bond documents will come back to the Board of Aldermen in August. And construction contract, I plan on taking back to 76 EICD, the MoDOT, and of course the BOA. And so a lot of people will say, well, that's a lot of government red tape. A lot of people saying yes, but it's important that the stakeholders that have their money in the game are each getting a say in their design and make sure that everyone's happy. So that's where we're at. Our goal is after Labor Day is a notice to proceed. For those that aren't in the industry, that just gives the contractor the permission to go ahead. Once they're in a contract with us and the clock is ticking for 365 days, and if they don't hit that time, sometimes contractors decide to take a month before they mobilize and deploy because they want to do this and it's a little bit more efficient, or I can wait for this specialized piece of equipment. We saw that happen downtown where they waited for some specialized pieces of equipment to come in afterwards and open it up and then clean it back up. So really good. And then after that, the mobilization, heavy infrastructure begins. And what is heavy infrastructure? It's all the stuff beneath the ground that's so vital to our community, so vital to our businesses to make sure that they can continue to develop. And they'll work underneath the ground a little bit. They're going to tear up the entrances. In our job special provisions I talked about, we talked with every business owner, either myself, Matt, Cheryl. We had somebody talking to them and saying, what is important to you? What are we doing correct? So at any point in time, 50% of their entrance, if they have multiple entrances, maybe we'll shut one and then another, or 50% of their entrance. So they always have the access to the cars coming into their parking lot. We're not knocking at their front door as we were downtown. So we hope that the impact will be a little bit less. So, and construction, you know, we hope that by October 2027, you still have that incentive package that's on there, that everything's wrapped up. And I think it's important to remember that the roadway could improve and the landscape could still be coming along the side, very similar to what we did downtown. I hope we're very happy with the progress that we made down there, and we've designed the construction contracts that way, and something that hasn't been done here. The important thing to realize is I can't this time go to Miss Kathy Stepp and say, hey, can you authorize 24-hour construction? That's a great thought. It worked very well downtown. I was very happy with how that worked. But in this instance, we have hotels. And we have people that live along the strip in motels up and down it. I don't foresee that being possible. There may be small sections that we might be able to do something at night, but we're going to have to play it out as that, because those businesses that are investing, you know, millions of dollars like the Hampton into their property to beautify it, you know, if I come in there and then you see construction online, who's going to stay at the Hampton? So a little bit of stuff that we think about, and I don't want to bore you by all, but I want to make sure you see all the details that we work on. This is just another map. This is the segment map below. It shows the master plan, kind of shows where the Hampton is, the Lodge of the Ozarks, the Ferris wheel, all the parcels that are there. Timeline and status. So, you know, what have we been working on? That's the question since the last update. What have you been working on? So we talked a little bit about most of these things that are there, the easement acquisition, the stakeholders, citizen, the utility agreements, but it's important you look at what the check boxes are to get to the point that we are today. Final construction documents is the final push, and now that we see the funding and bonding coming along, we're super excited about everything that's going there. So what are the next steps? So we talked about funding in that chart, and this is just a little bit different way to look at bonding in the project, bidding for construction, construction administration, which is probably the heaviest lift that my department's going to continue to do, is have people there that are there in the interest of the city, their interest of the businesses, and make sure that all of our voices are heard, and we'll do the very same thing that we did in other areas. Notice to proceed is timeline there, and then construction complete. The important thing to talk about when you're looking at a contract that's 365 days is that you can get optimum areas of concrete curing and asphalt. And I do respect that. A lot of people say, well, I've seen them pour concrete and negative 32, and it's just fine. Well, ultimately, that product's life is gonna be a little bit different than the product at a different time in tarping and doing things like that. There's tricks that we can do. There's accelerators we can do. But you're also, anytime you do those things, you're gaining and losing different things. And other important thing to remember is that the asphalt plants, they don't care if you want it and it's the middle of winter. They're not gonna heat the product. And that has been one of the little slower rolls for us right now. That is tied to oil prices, of course, and so we built in some escalators that we have done on our projects internal, and we're adding them on there. So in case the war goes completely haywire, and it protects our interest and lets those things go. So lots of little things that we're working on. I brought back these pictures from the last time I presented to the Board of Aldermen, just to make sure that people see the types of things that we're working on, that these are real renderings that are gonna be there. You're gonna see the Hawk system that are in there. You're gonna see activation centers where people can take a rest or a reason to walk to that next point. So I think a lot of cities do a great job of saying, let's walk to the next point, from Las Vegas to Florida to any of the cities that we all go to visit. Why to walk to the next point? The next point is, I want to go to that next theater, or I want to go to that next business, or I want to go get ice cream. And that's great for the city of Branson and for the taxpayers. Pedestrian amenities, it's kind of interesting. We have some swings and some areas where they might be able to play checkerboards or walk around, or their kids play on some things, like I like to call it today's selfie moment, right? Every city has one. We did a great job with downtown. It's a gateway, it's a destination. Where are you at? Take that picture, share it to your friends, and continue to develop people that are coming to see us. Hawk pedestrian crossings and Refuge Island. This is a first. I've said this before, so I apologize for those that are sitting on the board that have heard this before, but something special. It's something that doesn't exist in the United States at this moment. Somebody's gonna steal it and get to us before, but a Z crossing allows you to get halfway across the street, take a rest, take a break. You didn't make the light. You thought you were gonna make it across in 20 seconds, and it took you 35 seconds, and you can stop there and wait to go across. So we implemented that with a Hawk, and a little bit about a Hawk. Springfield and MoDOT have been super successful with them. They're an expensive piece of equipment, but it's like a stoplight for pedestrians. It demands attention. It demands the driver to do it. And I think it's really interesting. Matt went out and looked up some facts. I said, so if we put just a Hawk out, we talked to MoDOT today, how effective is that for people doing it? 69% reduction to pedestrian crashes. That's impressive, because what we have there today is not stopping people. Very few people stop, and you've seen us implement some of the state law signs that are there and other things that are there to make sure that, hey, we're bringing attention, because every week we're re-educating people that, if I'm standing at the corner of a crosswalk, and this happened to my own family, and she just started walking, I'm like, they aren't gonna stop for you, and they won't. And so, people are on their phones and doing things that they don't, and enforcement with that. I'm excited to see this go through. I'm excited for what it can do. I thought it was important to make sure that we had a slide that showed what the infrastructure looks like. This is some of the efforts that were done on segment 3. So you see the duct bank, you see the specialized, up in the left-hand side, you see the specialized red conduit in there. That's where your high transmission lines go. And those are things that we've worked with the utility companies to say, if we put in red, can we do this to save costs to the taxpayer? Absolutely, and there are special order items, and there are things that we're doing that they're not doing in other parts. I think it's important to see on the other corner down there that once you remove those lines, that the businesses invest more money going back in and repainting and decorating the front of their businesses, and that's what you want, is the buy-in, not for just the public dollar that's in front of it, but them to each of the businesses to tie in. And as we talked to each business, we were like, absolutely. How do you want to tie into this? Where do you want these sidewalks to go? And we even got down to some of the nitty-gritty of what size bushes and flowers and things and tree placement, and made sure that everyone got to see that. Of course, there's always little things that will get installed in afterthought and say, well, that tree's just kind of in the sight line of this, and we'll take care of that, and we work through that in the easements too. The WOW features, this is what the 76 board helps us do, and that's what they do well with their people and the people that vote on that. So a gateway entrance sign, it's called a ribbon. So excited about that. The wavy walk we talked about, the chairs, the swings, the different forms of concrete imprints. All these things are there. The weathered planters that are going to be there, it's got a great look, and it keeps the theme of what the original vision was when we met with everybody is, Branson. What is Branson? It's nature, it's beautiful. And they chose the palettes and helped design and head some of that. Estimated project cost, we saw an update for this. We worked through, many different revisions of that. And so we're talking about segment 1 and 2, and we're at 12 million and 18 million. So you're looking at a little over $30 million suggested investment that goes in there. We also have 4, 5, and 6 lined up. You also have WOW features that are on the bottom of that, and that's part of the 76 ECID cooperative agreement that administration and Solon and all of us have worked so hard to make sure that we update it in the right way that we can. And so we're super excited to do that. It is important to realize that, it's a well north of $100 million investment. That's deep. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to be responsible for. But you can see what happens when you do segment 3 that was 0.33 of a mile and what it did. And you saw Chick-fil-A come in and spend their own money to develop. Cheddar's spend their own money to develop to our standard. And once we get segment 1 and 2 done, we should be there shortly. The fuel. So we highlighted this a little bit before. The fuel is the money that makes this drive. So 2024 updated budget and timeline. Water main improvements, the city is investing $4 million into the water line through Kendall's group. Those are budgeted monies that take time to put in the budget, ready to go. Surface transportation grant, MoDOT, federal highway sidewalks, that's $800,000. We moved some things around with MoDOT, got permission to use it on this project. I think it's the right place to spend your federal highway dollars. I really believe that. TAP grant, so the funds for the Hawk pedestrian crossings. The Hawk wasn't in the original design, and I showed up, and this guy keeps saying, hawk, 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 what bird, right? And so it was very important to me. I've seen it work. I worked at MoDOT, saw it work on Glenstone, saw it work on Sunset, and they are embracing that. And that is the worst phone call to get, is somebody was hit, injured, killed. We want to try to minimize that to the best of our ability. Governor's cost share. Many people worked very, very hard to go out and get this money. This was $6.2 million, and it's important to realize that contract development costs money. We are already drawing on that money to get us to that point. So the taxpayers' money is taken back out of the state, brought back to us, and then through finance and Allison, we make sure that we're putting an interest account and making sure that 76 Group has access to that cash. And that cash is super important, just like your household budget. The cash is the power. You may, with the cash, sometimes you can go out and borrow money, and that's what they've chose to do on this. 76 tax revenue numbers are important to highlight. They're roughly around $5 million a year. They vary up and down with 2022, but roughly 5.5, and that's what you want to continue to grow, is you want to continue to grow the tax revenue that's in there so you can continue to do more projects and work your way back down there. Their current fund balance is over $19.5 million. So they're sitting on a bit of cash that can help keep this project going and put it up, and that's what they help us do, and that's how they do. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's a mouthful. I try not to speak too quickly. I wanted to present the facts to you this evening and welcome the new members to the board and the returning member. And again, my name is Michael, and happy to answer any questions.
I have one, and thank you. This is fascinating, beautiful, amazing, and very exciting. For myself and anybody else that might be like me, can you clarify what a hawk crossing is?
Sure, absolutely. So we'll go back to that page. As you see on the very top there, there's 3 lights that are there. It's stop on red. So as a pedestrian, I press the button, and this gives me the access like I'm a vehicle to it. It's different than coming to an intersection. An intersection has a stoplight for cars going all different directions, and that is only for pedestrians. So when you're driving down the road, you're going to see this. It'll be dark. And then once a person presses it, it'll start blinking yellow. It'll go solid yellow. It'll go red. That means you stop. Goes back to yellow, back to blinking and gone. So it's an activated beacon of, hey, pay attention, there's something going on here. And what they found is you have to stop there. And so there's a lot of engineering fun that goes on this that nobody wants to hear about, but it's pretty neat. And so they work those stop areas. And it's important to talk about today that in segment 3, we were successful with Cheryl and Matt. We went out and got, I think we just love, don't we? We just love the punishment of going to get more federal money. And so we are working on, we have plan development in segment 3 on the the crosswalks that are there that we're working on, so they all will be the same and they'll end up getting hawked. That is happening. There's no question in my mind that that's happening. So, and we're about 50% done with plans, roughly. So they gave me the head nod that we're roughly there. I want to make sure we didn't go 100 and not tell me. So there you go.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may. Michael, Matt, Cheryl, your whole team, it's so nice to be able to say, boy, you guys really work outside of that box, and then you probably look back at me and you say, what box? It's very evident in everything that you bring to us. Thank you for doing so much to beautify our city.
Bless you. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you, Director Woods. Great update. Now that I've seen it multiple times, it all kind of sinks in, so thanks. One thing, though, that happened before my time on the board, when did we actually acquire 76 from the state?
Ooh, 20. I have it. 17.
17?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's important to also highlight that the state is paying money into, they realize that this is an asset that needed to be maintained, but what the state thinks that will maintain this and what it really takes is not. So they're paying that in, and we're working that money back into the projects too.
Okay. And then my other question was that 6.5 million that was appropriated I think it was last year.
That's correct.
Have you heard the status of that? Because I had heard that it was approved but not funded.
So yeah, it's approved and funded. We drew on that. We drew $2 million. It is definitely in play. We meet with MoDOT monthly. They're waiting on some of the pieces that are happening tonight to make sure that everybody is all in. They provide the updates to the governor that project is running, and we also have worked some pieces in there that the cooperative agreement that you're going to talk about here green lights it. So that's all they want to hear, is that the continued progress, because as a taxpayer, you don't want the government sitting on piles of money and not spending it for the people to do it. And so we're definitely all over that. And I hope that answers that. It is real money, for sure. We signed on the dotted line, and yes, this project's going to go.
Alex?
Director Woods, thank you. I know the Hawk system's amazing because we've talked about crosswalks a lot, and you've always been extremely expedient and saying, hey, this is the city or this is MoDOT, and you're always extremely helpful. So I'm excited to see those. For segment 7 and 8, as a future opportunity, what would a realistic rough timeline for something like that potentially look like? Because I saw a timeline for what we know, which is already part of the project, but do you have any rough idea of what could be an idea?
I don't, and the reason I couldn't give you an honest answer for that today is if they're not in the collective group, you can't spend the money there. So once they're on, so you may try to go out and annex and not get that, but of course it would be behind the other ones that have been in this group for a long time. So it'd be a few years for sure. And then developing that. I would love to fast track all of it at once, but you're going in pieces. So we're going to do 1 and 2, touch up 3 just a little bit all together. Then 4 starts in development. And then those are a little bit harder segments. A lot of people don't look at things the way Matt and I and Cheryl do as we're driving around, and that's hilly. And the fall-offs off the back are difficult to deal with. And so they're going to be definitely a little bit more expensive as we go down, and that's what ultimately will be the slowing process of 7 and 8 is, do they join, and then what's the tax revenue to allow to bond? So, as they bond, they can turn back around. I don't want to speak for the 76 board or anyone else that directs that part, and welcome to the crew, as I see, and so excited to see where we go together. Happy to serve our boards.
I appreciate that. And just to follow up to that, only reason why I bring it up is because when you have discussions with the community and they say, hey, what's something that stands out to you when you come to visit Branson? If you're a tourist and you're coming off Highway 65 and you're aimed right into the Michelle intersection and you talk about blight, just making pure observation, despite the fact you have to be voted in, budgeted, all that being true, that there's a lot of love needed from the trajectory of the leap year tornado to just physically looking at the grounds between Fritz's moving down to our new beautiful downtown. So that's just the reason why I'm asking, just to put it out for everybody listening, just to see what the community interest is and the stakeholders would be, should that conversation come up.
I would love to see it all interconnected by a sidewalk. That is an ultimate dream.
Yeah.
It really is.
Clay?
Very impressive, Mike. That's a lot of work went into all that right there, man. Your team, yeah. No, I hear you.
My team, and there's so many. I want to make sure I acknowledge there's so many people working hard
Yeah.
on this. So.
And I'll say, you know, having a business in segment 3, when all this first started, and there was a lot of, you know, there was a new general contractor at my theater about every 6 months, it felt like. Oh, I'm the new guy. Oh, okay. So, we were kind of the guinea pigs of that. And I remember saying, people ain't walking. They ain't walking on sidewalks. Nobody's walking. Why are they doing all? And I was really wrong, because I see it every day out front of there's a lot of people walking now. And so I just want to say I was wrong about that. And I also wanted to say it again, because every chance I get, I sure hope that y'all come back someday and give us some bells and whistles in segment 3. Because
We're planning on
when
it.
it's all said and done, we're going to look like, what happened? What about that Blythe area down there in front of Clay Cooper's place? I know there's other things on the priority list, but don't, a swing and a nice little something sometime down the road would be good.
Artie?
Michael, great job.
Thank you.
And I hope you had a good vacation.
I did. Thank you.
Your team has done a great job of segmenting this and trying to get everything done. Now, I noticed on your maps, maybe it was section 8 or section 7, that's segment 7, that goes way down along beside the river. Why is that?
You mean along Lake Taneycomo?
So, in those pictures or the maps that are
That one right there, yeah.
is so that's just the future of where it could go. We had that map specially produced while I was on vacation. Not gonna lie. Thanks, Curtis and Chad. That's a wish. Yeah. Like what if? What else could you do at that intersection? The other thing that's interesting about that is that's the Lakeside Park, of course, and forest that are up there. So once you touch a piece of that, then that becomes part of the taxing part. And so the intersection is right there too. And yeah, so there's something called like Margaritaville, right? Pretty cool, 5 o'clock somewhere. And yeah, no, like not I'm a believer, but. Right, we're all tying together and think big. Don't think small, and that's what we did. I'm sure Cindy would sign up. Where's she at? There she is. She said, yeah, I'll give you all my tax money that I don't have. So thanks, Cindy. Yep.
Hey, and off topic, thank you for the repair of the pothole on Hershon Lane.
Yeah. No,
My
no problem.
wife
That
was in
fast,
my head
wasn't it?
every day.
Yeah.
We're going to get that pothole fixed. And you
Sometime.
was on it, man.
Thank you, Matthew. Let us know, and we really do make a valid attempt. Everybody that drives this sees things different. Like in my community where I live, I see things very differently than everyone else.
And for the record, there is this place on our city website that if you have potholes that need to be addressed, you can enter that information right on our website, and Michael gets right on it.
Yeah, my team, of course, they'll reach out, make sure that you're in a district that can be taken care of, and let you know where they're at. I would love it to be super automated. We're getting closer a little bit. We'll bite out
Doing
elephant.
great. Anybody else? Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Could you turn that off, Artie, please?
I have a quick question and then a general thank you. My name is Marshall Howden. I live in Ward 1. Thank you. It's true that there is no sunset on the CID. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that's exciting. You know, I mean, the idea that this is collecting $5 million every year and could eventually be more than that.
Sure.
You know, so even as we look at segments 7 and 8, there could be a future even beyond that where we continue to add wow initiatives, you know, far 50, 100 years into the future kind of thing. So that's exciting to me, and I don't want us to lose focus on that as we think about the wow factors, because that could continue on into the future. And then my thank you is, and I'll just continue to say this at every opportunity I get because I've never served on the 76 CID, but I have brought it up and it seems to have worked to some effect because I've seen it up there, is thank you to anyone and everyone who contributed to having visual elements of music as part of our wow factors. Because initially, there was a lot of talk of, you know, the roadway that makes noise, or even an idea that like a radio would play in your car kind of thing, and that would be the musical element. But if you look at any kind of musical city in this country, whether it's Nashville, Tennessee, or whatever the case may be, visual elements of music are a huge part, you know? And so as we talk about wow factors, as far as my money goes, it's veterans elements and it's musical elements, and I think you're going to have both. And so I just want to say thank you from the theater community and from myself. That's a huge, huge deal.
And thank you to the board and the mayor for continuing that. We have some exciting stuff coming for our veterans.
Thank you, Marshall. Anybody else in the audience? Hearing none. Board, any final questions or comments?
Great job.
Thank you.
Michael, thank you so much.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6668, an ordinance of the City of Branson, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to enter into the first amended and restated cooperative agreement with the 76 Entertainment Community Improvement District for cooperative efforts to operate and administer the district and to operate, maintain, fund, and finance 76 Entertainment Community Improvement District improvements.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6668. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a report from Kathy Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually just going to do some introductory comments. You've heard a lot about where we've been, where we are today, and where we're looking to go into the future. And I will, of course, echo the congratulations and appreciation to our Public Works team, finance team. There's a lot of people that are involved in the conversations of developing a project of this magnitude for our city, so it really is going to be transformational. So again, congratulations and thank you to you guys, because I know how you're running in circles, especially with federal monies with lots of strings attached to where they could almost choke you out with those strings, and being able to navigate that takes a special amount of talent and experience, so thank you. Regarding this agreement that's in front of you tonight, I'm very happy to say that we've come from, 2016, I think the initial inception of this project, to 2018 with the original cooperative agreement. And we've built a segment since this, the original agreement was formatted and agreed upon between the 76 SID board and the City Board of Aldermen and Mayor at the time. And we've learned a lot throughout those 8 years now. We've gone through a construction process. We've seen where the cooperative agreement was working well and was easy to understand and to navigate for parties on all sides of those conversations, and where it didn't quite work well and there was confusion, maybe some unrealistic expectations as far as what the city would be able to manage on maintenance, cleanup, response to concerns. And I'm so thankful to our SID board that I've had the pleasure to serve on for the last few years. And by the way, thank you for gifting me back 2 hours a month, by the way, by replacing me on that board with Alderman Williams, so I'm appreciative of that. But I just want to say my deep appreciation to the 76 CID board. We just recently voted on this cooperative agreement. It was a unanimous vote. There was a lot of congratulatory talk that went amongst all of us in that room at the time. And it's challenging because we had to take an initial agreement, which had to try and envision and estimate what could be the challenges in the future. Now we know better. And so this new agreement is really a breath of fresh air. It reads much more simply. It flows better. There's logic to it. It explains the funding, the way money is dispersed throughout the revenues that come in. The city gets some money to be able to maintain and to protect the significant $100+ million investment that you all are making into this community. And that's important. So while we want to build it beautiful and wow and big and to dream huge, with that comes that fundamental responsibility that we have to take care of it too. And we can't afford to just let it decay because we didn't think ahead enough to make sure we were planning on what would be the investment required to keep it pristine and keep it to be the primary focus of our community, the gateway to Branson. So we've done that with this agreement. And again, my thanks and appreciation to our SID board for their willingness to look at our estimated numbers and to work with us. And as a team, I'm really, really proud to be able to present this to you tonight. And this is going to launch us now into that next step, which is the bonding process upon approval of this agreement tonight. So thank you to everybody that's participated and is yet to participate. We're just getting started. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. I also want to add that I want to remind all of our residents that this is being paid out of a SID tax. The vast majority of this is paid from SID. The city's paying a little bit. But the SID tax, we've already seen, is generating $5 million a year. That's allowing our tourists to pay the vast majority of these improvements. The tax, it's an extra tax that is created for the businesses along the segments of these improvements, which is a great win for our city. I also want to note that this agreement was approved by our city council, by the CID's council, and by our bond council. So it's been through a lot of iterations, too many lawyers. So I just wanted to share that. So are there any questions from the board regarding this? Any questions from the audience?
Mr. Mayor?
Glenn?
Yeah, a few questions. Wondering if the contract itself was reviewed by our finance department? Because my question, let me be specific so that I don't make it sound so vague. We already list the 76 CID as a component unit on our ACFR, our Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. In looking through the document in the last couple of days, it appears to me that we might end up with a blended component unit in our report because we've tripped a few more wires with regard to we have to approve the financial reports. They're already a component unit because we appoint the board and because we can remove the board. They're a discrete component unit today, but it appears to me that the other conditions in the contract could likely turn them into a blended component unit.
They will
I
be,
see our Director of Finance
Yeah.
is ready to answer.
so they will be separate. They have separate revenues, they have a separate board and everything, then it's brought to you guys. There is a new provision in this agreement for us to file all of their reporting. We already do their monthly reporting to file their annual audit. Currently, they're filing their own annual audit as a sub-entity and everything, but it's not reported. It's reported as a sub-entity on our ACFR, but we don't have anything to do with that revenue or expenses because their board makes that decision on what to spend their money on. So it will be reported on like it currently is, and we will not have any changes other than filing the reports that we currently bring to the board on their behalf because we're the financial responsibility over that board. So.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but nonetheless, when I look at that contract with the addition of us approving the budget and receiving exchange-like transactions from them, it suggests to me that we may be headed towards a blended component unit.
Yeah, so after we reviewed this and multiple legal departments reviewed this, they should not be a blended component. They will continue to do their financials like they do and will not be blended. And we can also get the auditors when we finalize our audit next month to bring that to your attention because it will not be a blended unit.
Yeah, I think that would be the ultimate test, is to let the auditors look at the contract and make their comments as it relates to our ACFR.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the
Yep,
board?
Mr. Mayor,
Glenn?
if I may. So, you know, I've sat in a lot of the CID meetings, and I'll echo what our city administrator said. There's been a lot of cooperation on this, and to see it at this point is truly exciting. I mean, finally, to kick off another couple phases of this project. So appreciate everybody's effort. I do, however, I'm kind of looking at the contract and saying, I'm not sure I agree with how we're reaching into the CID and taking some of that tax revenue. And let me explain. So I think everybody's aware that the CID has 5.5, probably approaching $6 million in revenue from their 1% levied sales tax in the district. The contract essentially calls for 10% of that tax to go to the city for maintenance. And I realize there's a schedule that outlines some of that maintenance. And another 2% to go to the city for accounting purposes. So in the first year, the city would get about $580,000 for the 10% and about $117,000 or so for the 2%. I think when I look at other situations like this, I can clearly see the 2%. I think the state does similar allowances when they do accounting for municipalities. They're allowed to collect a similar amount. So I can certainly see that as being a justifiable reach into the pocket of the CID for that kind of money. And obviously the CID has agreed to let the city do that. And if I contrast that to somebody like TCED, they've actually put a person on staff full-time to do the accounting, which would be a different approach, but obviously the CID is okay with the 2%. Part I really have problems with is the just kind of the flat rate and the list of items for the maintenance. You know, when I look at what the job of the CID is to do, it's to raise the economic value of that district overall, to raise it. And so when I think about that, certainly the 1% CID tax is going to go up, but so is our 0.5% road tax, our 1% general sales tax, our 4% and 0.5% tourism tax. All of those are going to go up. And it's kind of the comment of the whole boat should float through the improvement within the CID. And I think the city necessarily has to provide services to its own infrastructure of things like repaving, restriping, all those things. It's our roads, we've got to maintain it. And it's not because of the CID that we have to maintain it. We have to maintain those kind of basic things today. And yet I saw those in the justification list for this 10%, which bothers me. The other part is, if I just zoom out a little bit further, the CID is about to go out for bond. And one of the largest determinants of what their bond rating is going to be in this situation is their debt service coverage ratio, which is, you know, how much money do they get in versus what they're going to have to pay out in debt, essentially. You know, when we reach into the CID and take that 10%, that reduces their bond coverage ratio, which means it's likely to result in a higher bond rate, not necessarily, but it could result in a higher bond rate. And by the fact that they don't have that 10% to pay down their debt once they do achieve those bonds, it's going to be a longer payback period of that bond to close out the CID. And so when I combine those things, I'm completely discomforted with this idea of 10% going to the city and seemingly without end, when it's really the city's responsibility largely in the first place. And secondly, our taxes as the city outside of the CID are going to go up proportionately during that same time. So we'll have more money to do the things we need to do to maintain that area. Now, I think just like the downtown historic CID, there might be things that the 76 CID wants the city to do for them and would be willing to come to the city and say, hey, we need this done. How much would this cost? And we'll give you the money to get that done. Or they might go to independent contractors if it makes sense. But I don't like the schedule in there that lists things like milling and repaving roads, restriping roads. To me, that's all the city's responsibility in the first place, and we shouldn't be burdening the CID with it. I'd much rather see the CID come back and say, hey, here's the things we really need, just like they did with the accounting. Hey, we really need help with accounting. Please tell us what it would cost. We gave them the price, 2%. They're happy with that price. I can see that as added services. It's something the city's not doing today. They're asking us to do it, so we charge them the 2%. That's representative of that. But the other stuff, I'm really struggling with the process and the justification to do it. I'd sooner see the 76 CID come back to the city and say, hey, here's the things we need. And just using the list that was provided, some of them I could see as potential things. Like today, I don't think the city goes around and removes gum from sidewalks. So, if the 76 CID sees value in that, contract the city or somebody else to do that kind of thing. The landscape maintenance that Director Woods pointed out several times. Obviously, they're putting in a lot more landscaping than what the city's used to. Just like the historic downtown CID, they put flowers in and do things that are beyond what the city might do. I think the 76 CID should say, can we contract the city to maintain those plantings? And if the city chooses not to do that for whatever price is negotiated with, let them hire an independent contractor to do it. I just think structurally that's a better approach to it. I don't like it when we're so much in control of this CID and then we reach in and take tax dollars that I think every business that originally signed up for this would probably say they didn't anticipate going back into the city just to maintain it. I think most likely most people thought, hey, this money is to build the new 76 in the phases, and then the city is going to maintain it thereafter. And I'd really like to see this contract amended to that effect. And I'd offer an amendment, but maybe we open it up for discussion.
There wouldn't be time. Yeah, Kathy.
So I appreciate your comments and observation, Alderman. I'm going to take issue with the phrasing of we're reaching in and taking money from the SID pot because we're not taking anything. This was a carefully negotiated and considered contract under consideration of the construction that we've experienced so far with the first phase, which was just 1/3 of a mile, I think, right, of that initial development, and saw what it takes to actually maintain just that 1/3 of a mile as far as staff time and resources. Another thing I want to touch on is when you talked about the mill and overlay and the maintenance of 76, this was originally, as you've heard, a MoDOT property that we took on as a city way before any of us got here, with the understanding that eventually we're going to have to take over the maintenance of that road, which has very high standards, on our own. For a time, we were receiving some supplemental support from MoDOT as part of the transition and ownership of that road to the city of Branson, and that money is going to run out. I don't want you to think that the 76 SID is paying for the full cost of the mill and overlay and maintenance of that road. They're not. They're only going to be paying a portion of what the city overall tax base will be paying to maintain that road. Additionally, with all the wow factors, the foliage, the trees, the plantings, the benches, those require cleaning and painting, and it's over a mile long. And I think it's hard to really visualize that sometimes about we're going to have full-time people assigned just to 76 to be able to keep that in the kind of condition that our visitors and residents would expect. So we took many, many months of concerted investigation, financial forecasting, doing the best we can with inflationary expectations, et cetera, labor costs, equipment costs, specialized equipment to be able to maintain some of the wow factors, All that conversation happened with our 76 SID board, with the attorney for the 76 CID, with the chairman, Chuck O'Day. We've had really good conversations with Solon, myself, and our team internally to talk through what the anticipated costs are. And at the end of the day, our job, my job primarily, but I would say the alderman as well, is what do we need to have in place, like I said in my opening comments, to make sure we're protecting the overall taxes and taxpayers of the city of Branson, and that when there's an unusual and higher need for attention, that some organization that has that funding mechanism should pitch in, just like we see what the downtown SID does. They pitch in a lot of money that they raise through their SID for beautification efforts. So we've talked through all of this. It's not as easy to say just hire a landscaper, just hire a gum scraper, with some of the examples that you used. It's much easier said than done. They don't have an executive director that would be able to manage all those things. We felt 10% was a very conservative and fair number to go by. Knowing that costs will continue to escalate going forward, we think this puts the city in a comfortable position to be able to appropriately manage and uphold and maintain the standards that people will come to expect. And the SID board felt the same. So these are many, many months of conversations we've already had. We've all come to agreement on that 10% number. And I just, you know, I'm confidently and cautiously asking for your support on this, because this was a very carefully negotiated conversation.
And Glenn, let me add to that. Our SID board is made up of 7 members, right? 4 stakeholders and 3 from the city. And I know you attend most of the 76 CID meetings, but I think there's a few that you missed when we were speaking specifically on these topics. And we negotiated back and forth. The attorneys had language back and forth, but ultimately, the 76 CID committee of 7 people unanimously approved this. And for an alderman to come in at the last minute and say, well, I know these 7 people approved it, and maybe there's not respect for that committee, but I think every now and then, even though we're aldermen, we have to respect the opinions of the committees that were appointed.
And Alderman Schultz, if I can address one more thing you brought up. We ran all these figures through bond counsel, and they did all of the projections for the debt to coverage ratio concerns that you brought up, and they used very conservative 1% growth per year as far as revenue projections, and I think you might have been at that meeting too. And, you know, what we all heard at that meeting is that they felt very comfortable about being able to cover that debt to coverage ratio that the bond company would require. So we've got a green light from the bond council, we've got the green light from the SID council, we've got the green light from all the members of the 76 CID board. So that's why this is before you tonight, and we're hoping for your support.
Mayor,
Glenn?
isn't there, I mean, you have 2 full-timers on segment 3 where I'm at now, right? So, and I see them just busting it. They're fantastic. How many more, just for this segment that's coming up, how many more full-timers? Because that's quite a bit more real estate.
Yeah.
So you're going to add 1 more salary, at least 1 more. I don't even think that's
For a
gonna-
total of 3.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Any questions?
Yeah.
From the-
Just for clarity, he had raised the question, and I didn't hear the answer. Could somebody speak to the question about the other revenues going up? Because I heard that posed, but I didn't hear a direct answer as to that not being sufficient enough and then needing to ask for the 10%. Just to say, yes, definitively the growth will not cover the cost.
Well, it's hard, Alderman, for me to project exactly what the revenues will be around the city that go up as a result of this 76 corridor project. You know, it's difficult, right, when you're making these financial projections, to know if a business across town is how much their revenue will go up as a result of this. So we tried to keep it in the context of the conversation more narrowly defined as far as what the impacts might be positive on financials, and we're hopeful that a beautification effort is going to increase revenues for the businesses along those corridors. And of course, we're hopeful, I mean, we're more confident of that than we're hopeful that that tide will lift all of the boats. But to be able to put a finite number and have you evaluate our homework on what percentage rise we see in surrounding businesses, that'd be a pretty shaky thing for me to put forward to you because there'd be so much guessing that would go into that. I don't like to guess on things, and unfortunately, we have to do some forecasting and some envisioning when we have conversations like this of such magnitude and so far into the future, because we're trying to look 30 years into the future here, ultimately. And this was our best attempt to do that, and I think we've got solid financial information and configurations that we've used that back up where we're coming from.
Glenn?
Yeah, I just want to kind of come back to this because part of me, I mean, if I wanted to be a little bit more cynical about it, part of me would say, well, the 76 CID is ripping up all the old blacktop and replacing it as part of the project. You know, so at some point, they have helped the city avert having to mill and pave that area for a period of years. You know, and that would be a net present value in favor of the CID, not the city. And so, and this is what gets me thinking like this. I look through the list of things that justifies the 10%, and a good part of it, other than some of the ones I commented on already, has a lot to do with what we're supposed to be doing as a city today, and recognize that we've got a tax multiplier that whatever growth we think is going to happen in that 76 CID, that 1% growth, you know, our taxes dollar for dollar in that same district will go up 5 times that or more. For every dollar that the CID sees incrementally year over year, we get at least 5 times that amount incrementally to the city. And so I am troubled when we utilize a CID to do these kind of improvements, and then we as a city are actually saying we can't afford to maintain them short of the CID paying for it. That's essentially is designed to go away when it's completed its mission. So this is the part where I'm stuck at. I don't like these kind of agreements where we appoint the board, we can fire the board, we have to approve the finances of the board, and then we're going to take money from the board. And I acknowledge that the board voted for it, but the city is completely in control of this situation.
But you acknowledge the CID board voted for this?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay.
But I mean, kind of to your earlier comment, Mayor, and no disrespect, this is the governing board of the city here, sitting here today. And this is our first chance to look at this contract after 6 months of work. This is the very first chance. We got it Thursday afternoon. Nobody asked our opinion in the formation of this contract. And so here we are tonight talking about opinions about the formation of this contract.
And Glenn, the reason we have these committees is because this board could not spend the time it takes for all the work that's done on all the different committees to come up with these agreements, right?
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I think
we don't have the...
We don't have the time, but I think what we can do, and we should do in these situations, we employ outside legal services for most of our CIDs. And when we start that process, that outside law firm sits down with the alderman and says, give us your term sheet. What's on your mind with this thing? What do you want to do? And that did not happen here, so it's an opportunity missed. And the other thing I would say is this agreement is quite different from any other cooperation agreement that we've had to approve as aldermen. It's substantially different. I don't believe there's another CID where we have to approve their budget before they can act on it. That's substantial, and that's what I was asking about the component unit issues, because that's actually one of the tests that are done, is if you control the finances, you just tripped another issue in terms of how you report for the organization. So I'm not saying that to be critical. Trust me, I'm not, because I know this is a body of work that had to be done. And I thank all the staff that worked on it. But we are where we are because this is our first chance to review and comment on it. And just so you appreciate where I'm at, I do not agree with asking the CID to pay for what I see as a fair number of city services that justifies the 10%. But I also agree that the CID can come back to the city and say, hey, here's things that we know the city wouldn't do, like trash collection, gum removal, maintenance of landscaping, things like that. Understand that they wouldn't do it, and so we're willing to contract with you to get it done. But a blanket 10% of the tax just doesn't sit well with me.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on.
Can I just reply real quickly, otherwise I'll forget
Sure.
some of the points that Alderman Schultz is raising. And I don't want this to appear to be right, I'm just trying to provide further color and context here. All those services, we've priced out all those services, and I brought Michael up here, again, are anticipated what the costs will be to do all of those maintenance things, the gum, the landscaping, the cleanup, the repainting, the reshining of the benches, the trash receptacle removal, the trimming, the lawn mowing, all that stuff that is very intense, right? And lots of need, especially with the amount of product that we're putting in, which if this were a city-only project, we wouldn't be putting in nearly the greenery because of the maintenance costs and replacement, et cetera. But it's not, again, I just want to say, we're not taking anything. We laid this out carefully for the CID board to consider. We ran through all of those estimated costs. We used Cindy's team, Kendall's team, Michael's team to come up with what we anticipate those to be. We put it all together in a package, and then we kind of averaged it out over the years, right? Like per year, it should cost about this much, and then this much of an escalator, et cetera, for the years going forward. So the other thing I don't want to be lost is when you said about how the 76 CID is paying for part of the repaving, right, during the construction. The city taxpayers are paying $4 million to upsize and improve the water lines. So that's not coming out of the CID portion. And that's what I'm saying. It's been a really nice give and take. Yeah. But it's tax dollars, right? Yeah. Well, still, right? It's still not coming from the CID. So my point is there's a shared responsibility, a shared burden that I think we've done the best that we could do between the CID board and the city when we're trying to come up with what's the best plan forward, that we tried to balance all of those things. Because I was also a member of the CID board, so you kind of have to have two hats on. And it's been a very interesting journey to be able to get us to this point. But I wanted to bring Michael here. Michael, just briefly, okay, because I know Alderman Lucas has a question too, and I don't want to hog the floor. But I want you to just kind of paint a little bit more color into the picture for everybody on the costs and the expected expenditures, especially when it comes to the road maintenance in particular.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for taking just a second to let us talk. What we did is we went backwards and we took a look at the maintenance expectations that's in the agreement. So it may say gum removal, right? People sit on that. But we're not doing stamped concrete across the city and, for instance, downtown Branson. And that requires resealing on there. As we went through and got all the easements from all the businesses, we reminded them, you are no longer paying for any type of maintenance on your grass. We come out, we fertilize. We come out, we mow. We take care of all those things. And that was a huge selling point to each of those businesses. As the roses die off, which have happened, some of those get replaced. They go through and we mulch right before spring break. The city doesn't go down Fall Creek and provide some of those services. A weekly mowing doesn't happen. You're going to get a 3 or 4 time a year brush hog going down there and cleaning that up. Trees maintained to the highest level. Right now, we do have 2 full-time employees that are up there. That's more for safety. We have specialized equipment. Many people made comments about, hey, you should hire that person that's cleaning the sidewalks to clean the street, right? Because that's part of our agreement is anytime there's a 1/4 inch of snow that we're out there removing that so it's access and open to the businesses, and especially for the amount of employees that you see are coming. you know, just the infrastructure alone to maintain the front of the businesses to that high of a level is there. It's also, as we went through the negotiations that were there, it was in the original cooperative agreement that the SID board could take on maintenance at any time. And they chose not to. They said the city knows how to do this the best. They do that. I know we talked about that there's no sunset to this tax. At any time when they pay off their debt, they can come back to the city and say, we'd like to take care of the maintenance and we're going to hire this person to take care of the maintenance with this, and the city's out of it. And so I do like that you highlighted that, hey, the 76 group is paying for an overlay. That is, you know, you have to save for that 7 to 10 years. 7 to 10 years, there's recycling coming back and you're going back through. What about the subgrade that's there? These hawk systems that we're talking about putting in, nowhere else in the city is going to need that. Those are a 10, 20-year shelf life at best, and then you better make the proper things so when somebody's running in the middle of the night and wants to cross the street and press the button, they get the reaction they want, and we don't want to leave something like some of our counterparts where things aren't working. You're having staff coming out and checking those things once a month, and a lot of people don't even realize we go out to check those things because today it could work, and tonight we could get a hailstorm and some of the lights are broken or the buttons are broken or the wires have gone bad underneath. So lots and lots of layers, and respectfully, the maintenance agreement that is on there is why it's there. The downtown that you brought up, we don't do snow services on the sidewalks. We don't do snow services on sidewalks in neighborhoods. That's an added part that the 76 group chose to improve their business's accessibility.
Can I comment on that? Because
Go ahead, Clay.
no, I just wanted to follow up because that is true. I mean, I see it in front of, when it snows, I have the cleanest sidewalk. I mean, it's like, whoa, look at our side. And the grass is always great, the mulch, the rows. I mean, that is true. And I see those people out there diligently working their tails off.
For instance on that, that's a $20,000 piece of equipment. The 76 board was always able to give money to the city to help supplement that. They made the choices to do at some time. Basically what we did is we took all of our costs, we lumped it together and said, hey, entrust us with this money to go there. And hopefully that shines.
That's my point, right? What you just said. The 76 board gave you money to do those things. That's what I believe should exist between the 76 CID board and the city is, hey, here's the things we want done that are above and beyond what the city would have done. These are the things we want done, and we're willing to pay you, the city, or if it's appropriate, a third-party contractor. But if that's what they want, as a 76 CID board, they can pay for it. So many of the things that have been talked about, I think they should be paying for, just to be clear.
Sure.
Okay, so gum removal, we don't do that anywhere else in the city. If 76 CID sees that as important, let them contract the city or somebody else to do gum removal. If there's an unusual thing with grass and fertilizer that nowhere else in the city do we have to do that, let them contract with you to do that. That's all fine. Those are things that I can look at and say, these are above and beyond what the city would do. Right? Where I have real problems is when I see that in the schedule, we've got things like mill and repave the road. Sure. You know, they're putting in a brand new road where a road exists. This isn't a new road, it's an existing road. Road maintenance with our 0.5% road tax that'll go up as a result of this improvement is part of the city's job. Same with the sewer infrastructure, right? We agreed in collecting tourism tax that we were going to spend we're required to spend 75% of that tourism tax on sewer improvement. So I look at that and say, perfect. We're doing exactly what we should be doing as a city. No issues. But I do not agree with telling the CID board that our justification is city services that we already provide or would likely have provided for that infrastructure. That's where I draw the line. And there's enough of it in here that I'm genuinely concerned we've crossed that line.
maybe we could pull up the maintenance exhibit just so we can make sure the public's on track with us on what we're talking about here. I think an important reminder.
Page 31.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the reminders is Alderman Schultz, and for everybody's benefit,
We blow that up a little bit.
is that we took the existing conversation that was in place at the time of the original cooperative agreement, these particular items from 2018, from the original cooperative agreement, and we fine-tuned it. In fact, the entire agreement has gone from 50 pages, I think, down to 18 pages, trying to simplify and streamline that. But everything you're talking about, and when you said you're in favor of them paying for that, that is what we're charging for. So we put all those numbers together, as Michael said. Here's the cost to do those extra concierge-type level services. And so we put numbers to paper, sat down and had them go through our homework with us, and that's how we did come to the agreement on the dollar figure. So we had to quantify all of these different things to the best of our ability, and Cindy and Michael did a lot of the work on this. And we're doing a lot of these things that we do normally do throughout the city, but we're doing it more often on 76 because that's going to be the gateway, and we want to make sure to keep it at the highest standards. So like he talked about the mowing frequency, mulching, et cetera. Again, there's so many tentacles to this. It's hard for me to probably convey it in a short, concise way, so I apologize for my verbosity here this evening.
When we've got
but-
it up, just to highlight what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Item number, on the bottom list, item number 9, roadway asphalt overlay and resurfacing. Number 10, fixing cracks in the pavement. Number 11, striping the pavement. Number 12, storm sewer cleaning. You know, those are all things that we as a city are expected to do today, right? And that's what our road tax should be covering. You know, and I could go on through this list and we could pick it apart. That's not the point. The point is there's items in there that justified a 10% figure to the CID that I believe are base city services that we should not be reaching into the CID's pocket to provide. And now I do not want to hold up the contract. I do not want to hold up the project, right? But I do not believe it's right for the city to say, you've got to pay for these things when it's our job to provide it in the first place, especially when it simply extends the life of the CID ultimately. All it does is extend the life of the CID for that time period that we can't calculate right now, but it's definitely extension because they can't pay their debt down as fast because they're spending it on city services. So I do not want to see this contract go forward with this 10% figure in there. I'd rather see the city sit down, not unlike the historic downtown CID, and this is the closest parallel I can make because they're the only CID that, you know, tries to really put money in on an ongoing basis and work with the city. The other CIDs don't seem to be operating that way. So, you know, they come to the city, you know, that little CID that collects a fraction of the tax of this one, probably about a tenth of the tax, has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars voluntarily with the city to fund things that they say are important to their community improvement district, right? Director Woods, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not even more than that. I believe that's the way a CID should operate in this environment. Is they're independent, they're supposed to be largely independent, even though we've really constrained that. They're supposed to be independent tax-raising body, and obviously when it comes to public works, I think you've done a marvelous job of, you know, drawing the lines between city responsibility and CID responsibility. I have no problem with that at all. I think that's spot on from a contractual perspective and everything else. It's just the expenditure for these items by the CID that I don't accept. I do not like the city essentially, and I don't mean this to sound like I'm indicting anybody, but essentially double taxing for services. Because that's what this feels like to me when I see base city services being recharged to the CID.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on a second. No, hold on,
Um,
hold on. Artie's been very patient. Artie?
Two things. And I hear everything Glenn is saying, but it brings up a couple of questions for me. One being that I understand what you're saying about, there's things that the city should be doing anyway, and there's things that they shouldn't be doing. But if the maintenance agreement is changed and the CID is required to pay for these things, are they going to be saving any money over with if they were paying the city back that 10%? If they're paying out to have it done themselves. Secondly, if this maintenance agreement is changed, does it have to go back to renegotiation and slow down the project?
Let me answer both of those. The first one, the answer is, Glenn is correct. It would, the money, instead of for the money coming from the CID for maintenance, that money could go towards more capital improvements in future phases, which would pay off the debt sooner. Your second question, the answer is unfortunately yes. It would have to go back to the 76 CID board, and both attorneys would have to approve the language, get approved by CID, and then take it back to our bond counsel for their approval.
But didn't they already approve it already?
They've approved this document. The CID has unanimously approved it, so we took it to the bond counsel and their insurance, and they've all approved it. So it's down to this board.
And I think what's also should be thought about by all of you as you're considering this tonight is, yes, if you took the $400 and some thousand a year, I think it is, right, altogether for this agreement, and not all of that would be spent in 1 year, right? Obviously, we're putting some of that money away for the road improvements primarily. So while you could pay the bond down faster, I'm always mindful, like I talked in my opening comments of, if you don't maintain after you build it, it's only going to deteriorate rapidly. And we won't, the investment that you're making of these tax dollars of 130 plus million by the time this project is complete, by the time we get close to even imagining segments 7 and 8, you're going to have to be starting back over from the very beginning to replace and replenish the beginning segments, because it'll be 15 years from now. There'll be a different look, a different idea, a different theme that people want to do. So I can see this being, if done right and maintained properly, something that can go on to be a protected, treasured investment for generations for the city. But you can't, if you don't fix the leak in the roof, the home's value is going to deteriorate much quicker. And that's all we're trying to prevent. And we thought that this was a really balanced approach. And, again, we were able to make that case to the 76 board. And I'm very thankful for them, being open-minded and wanting to protect that investment as well.
Did we finish our comments from the community? Okay. Oh, we haven't? So are there any more comments on this subject? Yep. Sure.
Hi, I'm Mike Young. I live in Branson, Ward 3. It seems like to me a lot of this is a verbiage dispute. We're listening back and forth to Glenn and the rest. And I'm viewing it from what you're saying, that this is kind of like an allocated account that also has a reserve for the future. Maybe separating that out as an allocated maintenance for current and a reserve for future would make it more understanding and more acceptable to the public and other people. Because that's basically what I hear you're saying. You've got something now that you have to take care of, but you're saving for the future to prevent future costs, which could mean that 10% wouldn't exist in the future. That's my comment, and that's the way I saw it. Sorry.
It's okay. I think Glenn's point was the city is paying for expenses that CID shouldn't be. Do you have a comment, question?
I kind of understand it the same
Get
way
your
this
name,
gentleman just
please.
did. Shannon. My name is Shannon Hewen.
Hewen?
Yes. So I kind of understand the same thing that he understands. My question is, why can't the CID hold on to their own, put it in an escrow, and the city is billing them for the things that they should be billing for and not the infrastructure? Because I agree, the infrastructure should be covered by the taxes that are already being collected and paid to the city, that the city is already receiving to take care of the infrastructure. So the CID technically should be able to take that money, that 10%, because if they don't use it all this year, that builds. And they can control what they're spending, how they're spending it. And there's an audit that says, we didn't pay for this. The city was supposed to pay for this. I believe that that is how it should be handled. The city shouldn't be handling that, in my opinion.
Just real briefly, we had some discussions early on about that. In fact, one of my suggestions was what you just said. Let the city do the work, and at the end of the year, show the CID how much it cost and have them pay that amount. It didn't take long for me to be convinced that would be an absolute accounting nightmare. I know you're shaking your head. I was convinced it would be an accounting nightmare for many reasons. Michael, would you want to explain any of that?
So I think it's important to highlight that 76 was a MoDOT-controlled road. So that means your gas money when you fill up the tank was going in to take care of that. The business owners along 76 decided, let's go a different direction. Today's standard, if you want to go out and go straight to MoDOT and say, I want you guys to pay for a 5-foot, 7-foot stamped concrete walkway that needs to be sealed every 3 years, they would not do that. Their standard is brushed concrete. So that's how this all got started. This list that we're talking about has existed since the beginning of the 76 group. I'm not positive in the contract language because I haven't reread it just really recently after the lawyers finished. But at the end, when everything's paid and done, they can always take maintenance back. That's still in there, and Solom's shaking his head, that's correct. So at any time, if they were unhappy with the city's maintenance, it would be there. The other thing to highlight and the concerns I hear the constituents bring up is, how are you accounting for that money? They are literally putting it in a separate account, pooled money for that, and that goes through Allison, and we approve that budget. That money sits there. If we don't spend it, it sits there, but it's important that you create a savings account for those things. And it's important to realize that the taxpayer's burden for 76 is very different now, 10 or 15 years later, than it was before, because MoDOT took care of it, which didn't cost the taxpayers other than their fuel that they fill. So I think it's important to highlight that. The other thing I heard about it is the overlay. Segment 3 did not get peeled up and overlaid. It got patched up and done. Of 165 in Gretna, the city's taking on. That signal did not get upgraded by 76. That is money that this board of Aldermen and the previous one supported us doing out of city coffer. And so I think it's important to highlight a little bit of that, and I hope that answered some of the questions that are there.
Okay. Oh, do you want to comment, Glenn? Okay.
Hi, David Cushman, Branson. I've not gone through all the contracts or anything of that nature, but so educate me just for a moment. Does the CID district, as we looked at it tonight, start basically at Fritz's and run to Shepherd of the Hills?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that entire stretch of highway is collecting tax money. That's correct. However, you've got a third of a mile completed, you're going to complete another mile. And so I would estimate you probably got somewhere around 4 miles of highway collecting funds at this point in time. But yet you're going to be collecting 10% of the entire district's money, not just 10% of the section that has been improved, correct? So that seems a little overweight to the point that Mr. Schultz is making. That, there's money being collected that you're going to take 10% of in front of 76 Music Hall, but you're not going to be maintaining at the same level that you are in the improved sections of the CID. So that's just something that I think that this group and the CID board should consider.
Thank you, David.
Am I correct? The CID board is an independent board. They've been involved in this process all the way along. I'm sure they're aware of all these expenses. I'm sure they're aware that there's some things that they probably wouldn't want to pay for right now by themselves and some things that they would, but it seems like they agreed as a board to put it all together into one package just so it could be handled efficiently. Why would we be second guessing the CID board itself at this particular point? I'm just perplexed at that. I figure you have to have faith, and they know what they're doing. They're the ones that are in the best position to make the decisions. As far as 76 goes, 76 used to be maintained by the state. That was all taken over for the CID, and that's stuff that we now have to maintain that we didn't have to maintain before. So I think we ought to give the CID board some credit. They know exactly I think they knew exactly what they were doing. They made a choice to lump it into one package. Why would we second guess them?
Yep, I agree. Thank you,
If I
Gary.
may offer a comment on that.
Sure.
Just by correcting some terminology there, the 76 CID board is not an independent board. That's why we list it as a component unit within our annual financial report. That's standard reporting because we both appoint the board and we can remove the board. And so it's been as a component unit in our finances because it is not an independent board by that definition. So I don't doubt their ability to make judgments. I'm not clouding that at all by that comment, but I just want to correct terminology because that was incorrect. Do I have the floor, Mr. Mayor?
Just let me comment and then I'll give it back. You corrected the terminology that it's not an independent board. However, I'm not sure I heard enough where you respected the board's decisions, their competence. Okay, but
I've never questioned their competence.
I think you're questioning it by questioning the agreement that they approved.
No, this board is the governing body of the city. We have a responsibility to administer contracts correctly for the city. We have a responsibility also to look at how we apply our taxes and where we collect them from. And I said it before, so I'll just say it again. What I see here is when we're collecting SID taxes to pay for city services that we'd already have to offer, I believe it's essentially a double dipping in taxes. And as a board, it's our job to keep those issues straight. Let the 76 board contract with the city for those things that are incremental. And we've talked about enough of those. I don't know that we have to repeat them. There's clearly things, to Director Wood's point, that are happening in that project that aren't happening in other parts of the city that drive extra cost. There's no debate on that. I have zero problem with that. But I see other things in here that are directly city responsibility, and we should separate those and be honest with the CID board that we should not be asking them to fund those things. Because we've already looked at their projections for increases in order to justify their bonding position. Those have already been built into their models. Logically, those very same increases have to happen in the city models. The very same increases, but we've got a multiplier that's 4, 5, 6 times what the CID will ever see in real dollar increases as a result of those modeled 1%.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I'd like to find a way to modify the contract so that the 76 CID board, instead of us insisting on a flat amount from their tax base, that instead they contract with the city for the incremental service, or a third party for the incremental services that they need to maintain that district.
Okay, so you're going to vote no on this one, right? And we'll see how
Well,
this-
I'd prefer, quite frankly, I'd prefer that we offer an amendment to keep the process moving forward. No? Offer an amendment to keep the process moving forward rather than just completely turning it down and leaving it to another couple of months of negotiation. I also I want to come back to one other point. One of the speakers referenced that, I think it was a speaker, referenced the idea whether the CID could say they're going to stop paying this 10%. There's nothing in this contract that allows them to do that. This 10% is in there for the duration of the CID. And it even says that when the CID is ready to wind down, it has to pay the city any of that 10% it still owes. So if there was some financial disruption in the CID for a period of time, gas prices hit $7 and tourism goes down, something like that, and they're not paying us their money because they've got to cover their debt, although they have to pay us before debt, according to the contract, they still owe that money to us. So somebody mentioned it, and I just wanted to correct that. There's no notion that they could walk away from the 10%. They'd have to renegotiate the contract to make that happen.
Okay.
So to be clear, my preference here is, before we vote, I'd sooner offer an amendment that makes it easier for this to move forward at pace than to simply vote it down and leave this thing in limbo.
Can I ask Glenn, comment? So I think what I'm hearing Glenn say, and I don't disagree with some of the stuff, you'd rather see a more line itemized, what exactly do they need versus just a blanket of here's the thing and here's the fee. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I guess what I'd be thinking of is let them come to the city, or start with this list since it's been talked about so much, and say, these are the things we value as a CID that we realize you wouldn't offer as city services, and we'll fund that. Give us a price, we'll fund it. And whether that's on an annual basis or some longer term thing because of capital purchases and things that have to make it happen, the city can specify that.
So you'd rather see an exact number contract as opposed to a blanketed 10% and here's what we're going to do, or?
And I don't think we can do that tonight, and that's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to be clear.
Right. I'll go back to what the historic downtown CID does. They look at something and say, hey, this is what we need, right? This is what we need. Pick one of the many projects that they funded, and they sit down with the city. And I know Director Woods has been involved in most of those discussions, and they say, okay, well, that's what this is going to cost. And the CID says, okay, well, then here's your check. We support that, right? I see that kind of negotiation as being much more favorable than us taking a % of their sales tax for a lump of city services, a good part of which we already offer.
Yeah, I do see a lot of value in the city being the ones main, as opposed to a third party, just because it is in the city and there's such a vested interest in that partnership. And I think the city is going to take more pride and care in how that's maintained versus a third party.
Yeah, and I think, and I don't mean to use them as the shining example, but a working example is that, you know, the CID, the Historic Downtown CID, will approach the city, and I think in almost every case, they've just worked with the city. I don't, except for where the city said, no, they don't want to do that, then they've hired a third party, but otherwise, it's always been a cooperative agreement.
Kathy?
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, Alderman Schultz, and I'm just trying to find the right words to put together to communicate effectively that that is actually what we're doing tonight. What you're saying is sit down with the CID and go through what you think the costs will be to provide those services, and then the CID will contract with the city in order to provide those services. That's actually what we did. We had to roundabout and we had to estimate some things, right? Because we don't for sure know what those costs are going to be. Again, our job is to protect the interest of the city so that other taxpayers aren't unfairly paying a burden to provide concierge services to select areas of the city. And so that's a tightrope that we walk here. And we really believe that's actually what you have in front of you tonight, is we've sat down and we've done what we think and expect it will cost to provide the services that they want us to provide. And then we've used a round estimated number that we all came to an agreement on and they found very acceptable. So if we have, and you guys pay me to negotiate things on behalf of the city. And we have spent 9 months, I think, by my calculations, of painstakingly running, rerunning, verifying. I have driven these guys into the ground on being able to justify and quantify costs and expected costs in the future. I don't know where I would go next from this, other than I'm rewinding back to 9 months ago and starting from scratch and having to provide invoices to the CID from the city's payroll and city, it's very, very convoluted for me to be able to keep it that clear and concise. And I've expressed that to the CID. They were empathetic to my position, and they're like, that would be a bookkeeping nightmare. That would be very hard. Then the table could also be set for conflict. Right? Well, we don't think you really spent 19 hours on this project. We only saw you guys out there for 16. And we just wanted to be able to avoid that so that we could make sure that we've got good relationships and not everybody second guessing and suspecting each other from ripping somebody off. The last point I want to make, hopefully this is my last point, but I'm just kind of at a loss at this point. I'll do what you want me to do. I'm just saying I don't know how I go back and unwind some of the work and start over. I'm not maybe clear enough on exactly what you're looking for, but the important thing is when you talk about we're already getting the transportation tax and we're getting these other taxes, we weren't ever getting those dollars for this road. It was all the maintenance for 76 in the past was paid by Missouri DOT. The city did not have to share in that cost. And now we will have to be fully responsible for that cost going forward. And the condition of the 76 CID project's genesis was that the city and that the CID, would take over the responsibilities with an off-ramp period of the full maintenance of 76, which is extraordinary. And the city taxpayers never had to pay that before. So we didn't want to, I'm sure that was the thought at the time, right? I wasn't here, right? They're probably like, let's make sure then if the CID wants this project, that they understand that with that comes the responsibility of maintaining that road. Highway, right? I mean, it's really a highway. And so that's an extraordinary burden that we've never had to pay for before. So I guess I'm probably sounding a little defeated right now tonight. I was just very hopeful that you guys would have given, and I know you're giving it consideration, so I don't want to sound disrespectful, but there's been an extraordinary amount of work that has gone into this, not just on the part of us, but on the part of the volunteer board that makes up the 76 CID. And we felt we had a good product to deliver. So thank you. But in the end, I'll take your direction.
Let me offer this. In this room, there are 2 members of the 76 CID board, myself and Billy Ong. Billy, do you want to share any words? Not to put you on the spot. That'll teach you to show up to meetings.
My name is Billy Ong. I'm on the CID board. This has been interesting. I'm a newbie in the board where I took over for someone who left the board. And I know this is a topic that's been discussed in the corporate agreement. You know, today we saw a bunch of pretty picture. We've been setting that pretty picture for a long time. And, you know, it's a discussion whether or not do we give them a percentage or do we ask them to bill us at the end for approval? Somewhere in there, you have to trust the team. You have to believe in what they do. Yes, I understand you can nickel dime here, you can nickel dime there. But I understand you're saying because, you know, I feel the same little bit of what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm sitting there thinking, are we ever going to move this thing? This is the one question that we ask. We've been in the same spot since July, talking about corporate agreement. And how long more are we going to be doing? And then I say, and at what point are we saying, are we compromising because we're giving them the 10%? Because I agree in a little bit about what you say, but at the same time, when you talked about, do we ask them to submit what they're going to do and we approve it? Again, you're asking the board to approve what something they're going to be asking anyway. So either one way is whether you get there one way or get it down there, we're going to get there the same, you know. Yeah, you're right. We're talking about long term. This is beyond my lifetime in terms of what this contract, the corporate agreement. So yeah, it is an interesting. So I don't know if I answered the question or not, but I just feel like as a board member, there has been a lot of noise in terms of people giving up, a lot of disheartened in terms of where we're going, is this something that's going to happen? We're sitting with a lot of money there and that we have collected over the years. And I don't know the whole history behind it in terms of, you know, but I know the biggest topic that has been put is the 1 or 2% and also the 10%, the corporate agreement in terms of the maintenance. And so this is for us board at some time in there, we have a CID board has attorney, and he looks at everything. He's vetted all this, understand this is what we did, it's within the law, this is this and this and this. So somewhere in there, you have to listen to it. The bond counsel is doing the same thing. They're vetted in financial, understand what we can do, what is our liability in terms of if we do this, if we do this. So I think, you know, I don't know, I'm not speaking to a lot of the board, but I know that, I don't know, will we stronghold it? Someone, I think, mentioned that to me at one time. You know, I don't know. I think that we, at the end of the day, we as a board look at all what we have on the table, and the biggest thing was really the key was the 10%. We have been talking about this for a long, long time. I understand what you're saying. Should we, if they have this, should they submit and we approve every invoice or every proposal they have in terms of all that, or do we just automatically give them the 10%? And there's also, David made a good point about we are collecting from, you know, segment 1 all the way to segment 6, I think. And then, and this is basically maintenance for the 1, 2, and 3. And so those are a good, valid point. And yeah, I think, you know, I don't know if that's what you want me to hear from me, but I think the biggest thing, some point in there, we have to be, who's going to pay, the right or the left, and how we can move forward, what's best for the city, what's the best for the long term, what's best in this and this. And I know that I trust the people that work for the city. They're not trying to rip off people, but understand, okay, are we moving money to pay something? I tell my wife, you're not saving money when you go to garage sale in business, that you're still buying things. She goes on sale, I say, oh, it's on sale. She better not listen to me. But I think somewhere in there, Kathy, Mike, and everybody else has worked really, really, really hard. Yeah, you're right. There's a question about the 10%, and then I think the question is, do we give him the green light, or do we ask him to submit in terms of the invoice or the bid and a proposal, this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
So, and at the end of the day, I got to be a big boy and trying to figure out there's no right or wrong, and we just have to draw the line and say, okay, I agree, And once they believe and they ran the number and then it was doable, we just have to be voted in. I'm not saying that the board kind of agree everything that was moved forward. I can't speak for anybody else, but that from the day one since I've been on the board, it has been the number one question, and I got a feeling we ain't going nowhere. We seen this picture, we can go back, and we also, I don't know how much more we can go in terms of lengthwise, in terms of the process of negotiating, because the board member also wants to do what's best with the city. And right now, what's happening is we're not doing anything. And the cost of the drawing, as the delay and the cost of construction, delay, all those are moving upward. So those are the things that every change order, everything that we do. So anyway.
Hold on a sec. Clay had something.
Yeah, Billy, if we pass this thing as is tonight, you as a sitting board member of the CID board, would you leave this room feeling comfortable with a go-ahead on this agreement as it is?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, we discussed that, remember, we had this issue for a long time. Who are the people that we have to trust? The people that knowledge, the people that vetted all the numbers and understand, is that like really close number here, or is it a big part of it? Is it so big that you say, ooh, I'm concerned about this? You're leaving too much window to be discussed, Yeah, I believe, and that's the reason we all do it. Are we strong-holded by somebody? We're all big boys. We have to figure out what's best for the city. And so I feel good about it because we vetted. We trust the people. Our attorney, our CID attorney, or not Solon, I'm talking about Paul DeCampo, he sits literally by the contract and do the numbers correctly. He's not someone that's a flyby. That's what he does for a living. Somewhere in there, I just have to trust what he say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question?
Ruth?
I just want to make a comment. First of all, I trust and respect the integrity of the CID board. I respect what was done downtown as far as our employees go. Yeah, we look at that list and say, yes, the city needs to be doing these things. However, they would not be doing them as often as required in this contract. All the complaints, social media, everything. Oh, it looks so horrible on that part of the strip. Let's follow through and not hold it up anymore. We've got visitors coming. We have millions of visitors coming, and we want it to look presentable when they get here. Thank you for all the work that you've done on the board. So I'm in support of this because I want to see us move forward and beautify 76 like we have our downtown and like we have the other end of the strip. So thank you.
I am retired from the Herschel family. I can't imagine that we asked the maintenance not to give them a budget or percentage or whatever. We asked them to submit every time you could do this. Well, the street needs to be redone. It takes a lot of money to maintain a big park like that. And sometimes that we have to trust the team and believe in the team and figure out what is the best way to move forward. Now, whether or not 8% or 10% or the other way is what Glenda suggested, is to submit. If we do that with the Hershon family, when the maintenance, we have a park that, think about the house that you lived in. You still have the budget to figure out how do you maintain this house. And so it's the same way that we're trying to do it. If it takes money to make money, and it takes money to preserve the things that we want to do. Civil Diversity, Dollywood, I work in the corporate office. That's what I do, trying to figure out how to maintain the roller coaster. We have to do that. We have to, by the way, just let you know you don't know this, one day I asked him, the stack of drawing for this CID is this big. So I asked him one day, how much it cost us to print a set of drawing? $350, $350, is that what you say? Yeah. Per set. Think about the people reviewing this thing. But somewhere in there, we just had to move forward or we're not going nowhere.
That's right.
And so I'm sorry, that's probably, Glenn, it's not what you want to hear from me. But I'm just thinking, yes, I agree with you in some sense. But at the same time, we got to figure out how to move forward with this thing here.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor,
Billy.
we've been at this 2.5 hours. Could we take a 10-minute break?
Sure. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
We're going to get started. What are we missing? What is that?
Yep.
Oh,
I think he's right back there. If you bang your gavel, he'll probably. Ruth, can you duck in and tell Clay we're ready to start? And Ashley?
Clay, Ruth, and Ashley. Probably. Yeah. Where's Clay? Ashley, was Clay in there? Call this meeting back to order. We were in discussion from the audience, I think. Is there any more comments or questions from the audience? Nope. Sorry. Well, if I let you, I'd have to let everybody. That's not the way it works. Glenn?
Yeah, Director Woods, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry to keep you on the spot today.
No problem. I mean, those are, you hire us professionals to handle this for you and
Yep,
give you the best
appreciate
guidance.
that. So, you know, if you look at the things that I've cited, you know, like the resurfacing, crack sealing, striping, sewer cleaning, you know, and I got to put you on the spot a little bit. You know, of the 10% budget, how much of that 10% budget is the categories that we'd probably be doing anyhow as a city?
To be honest with you, the majority of the 10% budget goes to our most valuable asset in the city, which is our employees to run that. An average employee with benefits is between $50,000 and $60,000 a year. Multiply that out by 3, keep multiplying that out as you add for each moment, and to get it to that level is what it is. This creation was created when with David Miller, when the 76 was here. We just refined some of the stuff and said, what's reasonable? Originally, we had, you know, the entrances to each business, and we had some things that we cleaned up. We had a CPI index that was basically, as we discussed, a little bit of cracking, and it was over with, and now you're at that level to do that. So we tried to expand that out. And we don't know. We have MoDOT's last time that they overlaid this. We have their numbers. We went and got their plans and put those in a file for Cheryl or Matt or myself or whoever it is at that moment when they come to overlay that, to do that. But the ask was that. The other interesting thing was you know, pavement painting on there was originally not done because we didn't own a $250,000 or $270,000 truck to paint that and have the clientele to do that. And so we would put that out to bid. And I believe the last time that went out, that was $50,000 by itself. That's third party if somebody else maintained it. Fertilization, right? We realized that the specialty in that, we go out and we bid that. Like, can't say the name of the company, but hey, they advertise a lot and they do it less expensive.
And again, I'm not questioning
Sure.
the incremental things.
Right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
just to save us a little time, I'm not questioning the incremental things. You know, we've talked about it enough. There are truly incremental things. I'm trying to separate out what the city does today versus the incremental things. That's where I'm at.
The city has never overlaid this.
I'm sorry?
The city has never overlaid this road. So the
But
city.
it is our responsibility. We're collecting road tax, we're, collecting tourism tax, et cetera.
Sure, but it now is responsibility of us, and it wasn't before.
Well, since 2017.
Right, and the reason for that was so you could do the things that you wanted to do with signage, driveways. MoDOT would never, ever, ever allow the things we're doing today.
I get that.
Okay,
I'm not,
okay,
I'm
yeah.
not arguing
Okay,
I'm not,
I
and
need
I'm
to
not
make sure
trying
I
to
hear
shut you down.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing the basis of the project, none of that, right? I'm purely on the issue of how we arrive at the 10% and that I see overlap to normal city services. Okay, so I realize we're not going to get to numbers tonight. It's outside of our grasp. And it's already been done in some form within the city. So I had a brief conversation during the break with our financial director. And a comment was made earlier that she validated that the intent of the city is that this revenue from the CID, the 10% revenue, will be accounted for in a separate fund within the city. So we will see fund accounting for this activity on the city side of things, which means then that expenditures against that fund will also be visible to the city and to the aldermen. So here's my proposal. Obviously, the CID, and we heard good comments from one of the board members, is motivated to make sure that this is properly maintained, right? And so should even that 10% be a shortcoming to what they envisioned in terms of maintenance, they would probably come back to the city and say, hey, we realize you're falling short. How about we give you some more money to get this done? Because that's what the board has expressed, their desire to make sure this is properly and fully maintained. So my proposal, and I guess I'll put this in the form of amendment to test it. My proposal is recognizing that the city is going to do fund accounting and can account for those expenditures back to the CID and to the Board of Aldermen, that we amend the 10% to be 5%, and that the CID monitor this action, and then, if necessary, they can supplement that fund on a volunteer basis. That's a motion to, let me be more specific to help our city clerk. On page 6 of 31, if you want to flash it up there maybe, please. 6 of 31. And if you go down to maintenance payment, right, no, you're right there, right at the top of the screen. It says maintenance payment as a definition. Oh, okay, just hold right there. Towards the bottom of the screen. All right, in the middle of the screen is maintenance payment as a definition. And in there it says an amount equal 10% of the district sales revenues. I move to strike out 10% and insert 5%.
Do I say so move if I agree? I second.
Was that the end of your motion, Glenn?
Yes.
Oh, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this amendment?
I'm happy to state where I'm at. I have talked to the board members. I was there last Wednesday when they met, and Chuck literally said, I won't be able to be there Tuesday night. I didn't know this was going to be coming up so soon. And I'm sure if we had multiple board members to be able to speak to this, it would maybe balance some of that out. But I take serious issue with the fact that the 10% is on the entire CID, which is basically 3 times the amount that is being maintained by the city. So to me, that seems that is not an accurate way that should
Okay.
work.
And Ashley, you said that Chuck O'Day said if he was here tonight, he would have said that he's not for the 10%.
No, I said that in the meeting, Chuck O'Day said, man, I will not be in town. I have a float trip already scheduled, so I cannot make the meeting on Tuesday night. Now, when you opened it up to board members to speak, we only had one here. So I'm saying that's why you don't see Chuck here. Brian is not here because he's obviously working at the Dixie Stampede. So I'm just saying that I think the other board members might speak differently than maybe what Billy said,
Yeah, but
based
they-
on my personal conversations with them.
Haven't they already all voted yes on it?
They did.
They have, and I heard Billy say a couple times the word strong arm, and I'm not implying anything by that, but I am curious why he would say that. And so to me, it just says that, I mean, I know 2 board members maybe voted for it, but I don't know that they're all really in favor of it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I please? I'll say it again. I respect the integrity of the board. It was a unanimous vote. Are we saying here, by this, are we setting a precedence that we just get rid of every board and committee because we don't trust them? We don't form a board because they can make a decision, they can vote 6-0, and they're all adults, they all make a decision, they can vote yes or no. But we say, well, we really don't respect you. We're not going to honor anything that anybody says. You guys can make a motion, you guys can agree on it, you guys can, everything's been agreed upon, and then we say, well, you're not worth really listening to. We don't respect your vote.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I call for the question.
Well, right now, we have a motion and a second to amend this contract. So I think we're going to have to vote on this first before we can vote on the original motion. So we're going to vote on this. Let's vote on this amendment.
Point of order.
What is it?
Just procedurally, I appreciate Alderman Lucas's point, but we need a 2/3 vote to call the question. So it might be just more efficient to ask if there's any more discussion on it and see if we can end it expeditiously and then take the vote.
Yes. Let's let him speak on the amendment.
From Shepherd of the Hills to Fall Creek, that used to be a road that the city had nothing to do with. That maintenance was paid for by the state. That was taken in for the CID, under the CID, and although so many years ago, and I have enough trouble remembering where I live, they were the ones that had it. It's their responsibility. They should be paying for the milling of it. The taxpayers shouldn't be paying for it. The only reason that we have that was for this CID. I mean, downtown, those roads were already there, and I agree with you, Glenn. If those roads were already there, if that was already a city road, then amen. But it wasn't. That whole stretch of highway was taken in. And yes, there's sections of it where it'll be years before the development ever gets there, but that highway is going to have to be maintained, isn't it? We have to take care of it. I'm just flabbergasted. I mean, somebody's got to pay for that. Why should the taxpayers pay for it when it was taken into the city under the CID? I can't put my finger on exactly, but I believe the CID agreed they were going to maintain it. Pardon?
You have to.
The CID is more than willing to pay for all their maintenance issues that they're aware of. They know that.
Well, that's what we're just talking about the milling and stuff, that we should be paying for that. That's why we're having this discussion. I just don't want to see the taxpayers, us have to pay it. It's a CID road, is the way I look at it.
Thank you. Nothing.
Is it okay, Larry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chris Bohins. So I don't remember all the details, but just for you guys' edification, however you decide to vote, I was there when we started this project, so I have a lot of knowledge from the past that I don't need to share. You've been on it too long. But when I don't remember the details, and maybe it's Cheryl that would, but when MoDOT, put money for the city to take over the road, there was money for many years of maintenance of that road was part of that. And I don't know the exact amount, but they may be something worth finding out because you were given the money for that as part of this for many years. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Michael? we
Because Cheryl will correct me, it's roughly $5 million in payments, and that's what they expected to spend on that.
So, Chris, they were paying, but have they stopped paying? Is their
No,
contract
they're
up?
still paying. They keep on going for one more year.
Okay, so Chris, it is, but one more year and it stops. What MoDOT was
And
paying.
then maintenance forever is on the city.
Did you get that, Chris? MoDOT was paying the city, what you're talking about. But that contract ends next year. They're only paying for one more year and MoDOT's not paying anymore.
That's correct, and that's in an account, so. Which is a total of $5 million, which is in an account to help pay for some of the major events that are going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's Mike again. Excuse me. I understand Glenn's point of view, and I see, amendment seems to be the issue here. And if she could bring page 31 back up. All right, like I said before, I see it two different issues. I can see why he wants an amendment, but could the amendment be in the terms of the top line seems to be the reactionary everyday maintenance that could be required. The bottom seems to be pre-scheduled futuristic needs of these projects. So what if the amendment was written to say 5% goes for accounting purposes directly to the today stuff? 5% goes into a reserve that's going to continually build for the future. And it would be two separate line items underneath the one title. And that would be an amendment that would be a compromise that might work. Now, before I sit down, I want to say, you got a thankless job, and I appreciate you being here, because I got a thankless one where I'm at, and I appreciate it wholeheartedly. And I'm not trying to disrupt anybody, but I can see his point of view, I can see Ashley's point of view, I can see your point of view, but I think sometimes we get stuck in our head on something, and we don't look outside the box. As Ruth said yesterday, she enjoyed it, or earlier, that she enjoyed everybody looking outside the box to complete this. I think this is a time to look outside the box and said, instead of throwing it all away, make an amendment that compromise, allows the 10% to go through with an amendment of how it's going through. 5% here, 5% there. That's just my point of view on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just comment on that?
On that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to explain a little bit about my thought on this amendment, to help your thought process a little bit there. So in the city, we do this thing called fund accounting, right? And fund accounting is pretty unique to cities. Not businesses don't do this kind of thing. So I'll give you a simplistic explanation just to help my thought process. In fund accounting, you take your shoebox and you take all the money you're getting and you shove it in the shoebox. And the only thing you can take out money for out of that shoebox is what you agreed to spend it on. And any time you can look in that shoebox and see how much money you got left over or how much money you're in debt. So the concept of the amendment here is the 5% would go into this fund, which our finance director has confirmed will be established. A very familiar pattern in the city. It would go into the fund. You can see already when you scan this list that even for the first year of the fund, there's going to be almost zero expense out of this list. So that fund at the end of the first year will have, I think it's now estimated $550,000 or somewhere around there, put in that shoebox in year one. In year 2, we'll start to probably see some expense if the project plan holds, because there will be things like grass maintenance, tree maintenance, some things like that. We'll start to take money out of that shoebox, but we'll still, I mean, you can tell it just by looking at the list. In a short period of time, in 2 years, we'll probably have about $1 million sitting in that shoebox. After that, we're going to start grabbing cash out of there faster, because now many of the things that Director Woods has listed there are actually going to start happening in volume. And the idea is when Director Woods looks in his shoebox and says it's nearly empty, this 5% really didn't work, they would go to the CID and said, look, you told us you wanted to maintain this. We're proving to you we're spending more money than what you approved. So please amend the contract and give us more money, or just voluntarily give us more money without amending the contract, which is perfectly doable in the CID world. So that's what this amendment does in essence, is it says, let's put a little bit of a throttle on it so that we can watch this fund, so the CID can watch the fund, and it's our full expectation that if it's underfunded at some point, that the CID would raise their hand and by one mechanism or another, put more cash in our box so we can keep doing what the CID wants us to do to maintain the property. I just don't believe that we should be the ones holding the cash. It's the CID that should hold their own cash until we actually need it.
And again, the 76 CID board unanimously agreed to this cooperative agreement. Excuse me? So we're having a meeting here. What I said was, and again, I want to repeat myself, the 76 CID board, which is made up of 4 citizen stakeholders and 3 city stakeholders, unanimously agreed to this agreement. And part of it, like Billy said, we took a lot of things into account, and maybe not the exact letter of the law, letter of the agreement, but taking everything into account, the board approved this. And we waited to get the approval from the bond council. And the bond council approved it and reported back to our board. And our board unanimously approved this just to get the blessing of this Board of Aldermen. I don't think they sent it here with the expectation that we're going to noodle it, make amendments to it, change it, and send it back.
So
let's, you know what, we've talked about this way too long. I'm going to call the question on, or excuse me, any other alderman have any comments on the amendment to this bill? Hearing none, let's vote. And I want to do a roll call vote, please. And we're voting on the amendment to change the 10% to 5%.
Harkness,
I'm in full agreement.
Lucas,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Denham,
No.
Scholes,
yes.
Williams.
Yes.
So the result of the vote is 3 yes, 3 no's. That's a tie, and the mayor will break the tie.
I vote no. So now we're going to vote on the item as presented. We have a motion and a second on the floor for the first reading of Bill 6668.
Mayor, may I just make a comment before we vote?
Oh, boy, yes. Please.
I just want to say I appreciate the discussion on the amendment, and just to be clear, while I think, I made my point about the changes I'd like to see, clearly we're not there. So on the other hand, I do not want to delay the 76 CID project. And I also made that very clear in all my actions this evening. So I will be voting in favor of the overall contract without
Right.
the amendment.
Then let's vote. Hillary, would you take a roll call vote, please?
Harkness,
We're voting on, yeah, we're voting on the original bill number 6668.
Harkness,
We're voting to move it forward, correct?
We're moving to approve this bill.
Okay, I approve it.
Lucas,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Great. Oh,
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6668 for its final reading due for timing.
do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any members of the board wishing to speak to this matter? Any members of the audience? Hearing none, the motion is to approve a second read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill number 6668, an ordinance of the City of Branson, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to enter into the first amended and restated cooperative agreement with the 76 Entertainment Community Improvement District for cooperative efforts to operate and administer the district and to operate, maintain, fund, and finance 76 Entertainment Community Improvement District improvements.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6668. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So move.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Any members of the audience? Hearing none, it's a final read. Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote, please?
Harkness,
Yes.
Lucas, Cooper,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution for board consideration regarding the proposed amendment to Section 2-62 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to regular meetings and agenda.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Alderman Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this was brought forward by myself and Alderman Williams. To just kind of give you an overview of it before we get into the details, this is trying to do essentially three things at once in this bill. And so let me give you those highlights, and then we can talk a little bit about the details. Number one is to try to codify a better method for getting items in front of the aldermen on a timely basis. I've spoken many times about the issue that we get material, volumes and volumes of material on a Friday afternoon, are expected to act on, excuse me, act on them on a Tuesday evening, which is often, in my mind, unreasonable. And I'll just comment there, I just want to thank city staff, our city clerk, and our city administrator, because they have tried to put in some infrastructure in place that they make available to the aldermen, so some of these things are visible earlier. And I think that's a good step forward, but this essentially codifies the intent of that. So everybody that's submitting items to our agenda would be, under this amendment, required to submit them 6 business days in advance of the agenda and of the meeting, and also then it would be distributed to the aldermen and the mayor 5 business days in advance of it appearing on the agenda. And that applies to everybody. The exception to that that's allowed is many times we have contracts and things that kind of come up in an urgent nature. And so if there is something in front of us that didn't meet that threshold of 5 days, if the presenter of that item on the agenda makes the case to the satisfaction of the alderman that it is an urgent item, then it can be considered without having to meet that 5-day requirement. The other change that's done, this is the second major change in here, is that we essentially make the alderman, the mayor, the city administrator, city attorney, and department directors equal in their ability to submit items for the agenda. So 2 aldermen can do it in concert, the mayor can do it, and the others that I mentioned before can all submit agenda items and all be governed by the same rules. And then the last part, that's a major part of this, is recognizing that many of these things have very strong legal implications, that we shouldn't short circuit our professional staff in their duties to make sure that the items we're enacting are sound and won't be harmful to the city. So there's a separate clause that's been added that all contracts, resolutions, and bills must be reviewed, shall be reviewed and perfected by the city attorney or a designee prior to any final adoption by the board. So that ensures that no matter what the speed of the agenda is that we allow our professional staff to weigh in on that item from a legal perspective. So that's an introduction, and the rest of it's down to the wording.
Any members of the board wishing to speak? Kathy, you'd like to speak?
No, I just have a
Oh,
question. Alderman Schultz, thank you. Can we pull the language up again, please? So the only question I had when I read through this was, it was 6 days, like that you all would submit something to me 6 days in advance of the meeting, but then within 5 days of advance of the meeting, what was the 5-day provision again?
That it has to be distributed within 5 days to the mayor and the alderman, or the person submitting it has to justify to the satisfaction of the alderman that it was urgent.
Okay, so I guess I'm not understanding the 6 days versus 5 days. It sounded to me like that gives me 1 day to turn it around.
Yeah, I looked at backing that up, and I defer to you. I mean, the 6 days could turn into 7, or something like that. But the danger is, especially when we're having a meeting on the second Tuesday, we're almost backing up to that meeting for when it would have to be submitted if we move that 6-day period back too far. You could probably get away with 7 or 8 days, and if you'd prefer that, that would certainly be a reasonable amendment to it.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I'm just trying to think, because in essence, is this cutting the time that we've got to process a request from 6 days down to 1? Because there's the 6 days to me, right? And then there's 5 days. I've got to get it back out to everybody 5 days before the meeting. So does that give me 1 day to turn around the issue?
Yes, right.
Okay.
And that's where I said you may want to back that up if that seems too tight to you, but just be cognizant we don't want to back it up into the prior meeting. Otherwise, we kind of handcuff everybody in the process.
Okay, and just so I'm clear on the expectation then, we wouldn't have to have a policy threshed out within a day or a couple days, or I'm just I want to make sure I meet your expectations and deadlines. Right now, I've got 6 days to do that, and now I would just have 1 day to turn it around, and I'm wanting to understand the practicality if it's a beefier issue, for example, right? So I don't know if you're going to give me that flexibility, and I'd hate to be held to something that I can't.
Yeah, I think the intent of this here is really that people shouldn't wait till the 6th day to submit it to you, that they should be submitting in advance, because we've had this discussion before that even within the staff, if I may say this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we've kind of gotten into the habit of everything's urgent, right? That there's a lot of urgent things, and they're really not, right? They're items that are now done and ready, but they're not urgent, right? So they could have easily waited for the next agenda. And that's really the intent here, is to say, be realistic, right? Don't call everything an emergency. And this applies to everybody, aldermen, everybody. Don't call it an emergency unless it really is. Because if it is, you have a provision where you can declare it urgent. If not, just do your work ahead of time, submit it plenty at a time and to the city administrator. It could be 10 days that they submit it. It could be a month before that they, and you just have the obligation under that then to distribute it to the alderman 5 days before it appears on the agenda.
Glenn, could I ask a clarifying question? Kathy, I
hold on
don't
a
think...
sec. Who's asking? Oh, Solon?
I don't think that what it says, and Glenn, correct me if I'm wrong with what you're trying to get, I don't think it says that we have to put it on the next meeting after that, right, Glenn? It's just, if she puts it on a meeting, she's got to do it 5 days in advance.
Right. If you put it on the meeting, it's got to be 5 days in advance that you distribute the material to the alderman. And again, you could declare, I mean, we see it all the time, legitimate contracts, grants. We just had the police grants last meeting, right, where it came up very fast. There's absolutely no time to meet these kind of timelines, and we realistically need to deal with it. And this does not stop that. It would just say, just like you heard with the police grant at the last meeting, that, hey, this just all of a sudden came up, that funds were available. Now we want to sign this contract so we can grab those funds. Perfectly legitimate, and I would expect the alderman to say, yes, absolutely, let's proceed, because it's logical to be urgent. Again, the overall idea is, of that section, give the alderman time to consider the materials whenever practical. And if it's not practical, we live with it and do an audible and go forward.
Thank you so much for the clarification, because I was thinking I only had one day to turn something around to get on the next agenda. So I started to have heart palpitations for just a second. So thank you for that. And I appreciate that. In fact, it would greatly, you know, our speed, right, that we've been running on since I've come the last 3.5 years is to provide the speed of business kind of service that we've been hearing about, right, since I walked in the door. And we want to continue to be able to offer that. But this actually gives me some breathing room and staff some breathing room. And I think it gives, it's a better policy making setup and framework for us to be able to deliver things to you so you've got proper reflection time and correction times, et cetera. So I'm kind of digging this idea. I don't know if I've made it clear, but I'm kind of digging it. So thank you, Alderman Schultz. Appreciate it.
Alderman Schultz, I think, and I know you've looked at it, but state statute says that the mayor or city administrator place things on the agenda. Did you look at that in comparison to what your changes are here?
Yeah, I don't know that there's anything specific that says the mayor and the city administrator put things on the agenda, but I think clearly that's what we want to accomplish here. So nothing has changed for the mayor, for the city administrator, the attorney, department directors at all in this, other than submit it in advance so that the aldermen have time to consider it. And if it's simply urgent, just tell the alderman that and we'll deal with it.
Yeah. Solon, do you recall that? You recall that paragraph that I asked about a while ago?
We can certainly look through these things and work through it.
Okay, I just thought there was a state statute.
That's a good point, Mayor, is remember, we're in that mode where we're not approving this language tonight per se, right? We're approving for our city attorney to go work on it. And so if he sees a problem, he'll address it before we actually consider a bill. All we were trying to do here between Alderman Williams and myself was to give enough language so we could be specific about what we're trying to accomplish here and not leave it to just vague references. So this is sample language. I expect our city attorney will perfect it before we'd actually have a bill in front of us.
I didn't see that. Glenn, would you show me where, because I'm reading this as a bill that we're going to approve an amendment to.
Yeah, it's actually a resolution is the way it is in the agenda. And this is pursuant to our current ordinances that for two aldermen to submit something, it must be first submitted in the form of a resolution so that the board can decide, do we want to move forward with this? Does it make sense, essentially, to expend city resources to move forward?
Okay.
And so that's all we're asking here for, and hopefully we saved a little time on city resources by giving some specific language.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions, comments from the board?
Mayor, this is kind of what I was referring to when I was at public comment a couple weeks ago. This just extended the runway, and I know there's some confusion when I brought those comments up, but this and other issues where the runway was lengthened on us being able to take action on them. So we're following the code, and this is going to give us the ability to, like the city administrator Stepp said, give the governing body the ability and the bandwidth we need to be able to make such decisions as a governing body. So I appreciate that, and again, in spirit following the ordinance, this is what we had to do. There are other decisions that this actually ran into, and I know we've had those discussions. So I look forward to everyone's support and us making this change in the near future.
Cool. Any other comments from the board? Comments, questions from the audience?
David Cushman, Branson. Alderman Schultz and Alderman Williams, thank you for bringing this back up. I look at this as kind of reframing some legislation that was passed by the last board. Is that correct? Are we going to maybe see that we're giving power back to the aldermen with this process?
Yes, please.
From my perspective, I don't think it's a power thing per se. I think it's a process thing, right? So that we're basically saying, here's a standard way we're going to put things on our agenda. Yes, it does change the prior bill that was approved by and that's all the crossed out language that you see was what was approved prior. But I think really the heart of it is just let's operate more efficiently as a board of aldermen. And I've talked with staff enough about this over the last 2 years. I know they need some help too in making this better, and we've already seen them working on some of that. I think this will just kind of finish it off, and maybe we tweak the days as we get into it a little bit and have some experience with it, but I think it's a good start for where we are.
Okay. Well, it felt with the last ordinance change, it felt like, you know, this board is effectively hired by the community. You guys are hired by the voters to carry out the business of the community. And it felt somewhat like the board was being blocked from being able to put items on the agenda. It was like you have to ask permission to make a decision in the future, is the way that the past ordinance felt. So I'm hoping that that is corrected.
Let me add clarity.
Okay?
State statute says the mayor and city administrator are the ones that put items on the agenda. What the previous administration did was we wanted to widen it to give the alderman more authority. So what we changed it to say was either the mayor, city administrator, or any two aldermen can put items on the agenda. This says any two aldermen could put items on the agenda. So I think I know the point you're trying to make, but this isn't like the old board was, or the old administration was strong-arming the board where you can't put things on, because that language and this language are the same.
I understand, but it just seemed like it was an elongated process, okay, with what was passed last time. And I know that you also have the ability to make your own ordinance to where the alderman can put things on the agenda. Yes, I understand that state statute says that the mayor, okay, and the city administrator and the city attorney can put things on the agenda. I just want to make sure that our elected officials that are hired by this community have the ability to come to the mayor, the administrator,
And put items on the agenda.
and get items on the agenda without having to wait 45 or 60 days
Yep.
to take action. And that's the way the last ordinance change seemed to come across.
The last ordinance changed, allowed two aldermen to put things on the agenda.
And previous to that, they weren't allowed to?
No.
Okay.
So they weren't allowed to.
I thought they were allowed to put things on the agenda before you made the change.
You want clarity down here? Alex?
Mayor, just to clarify, I remember it being that two aldermen could, and as a citizen at that time, I had discussions with aldermen that made comments that they attempted to put items on the agenda and were advised that they couldn't because they were checking for the presence of plurality. And also, I think it's important that, yes, the previous legislative body amended the original proposal, which was 3 aldermen. And again, just knowing that there's 2 aldermen per ward, that was part of the advocacy of not boxing out a ward. So I think telling the whole story sequentially matters as well.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on.
and that's what I was trying to say is
hold
I
on a
just want to
second.
make sure our
Hold on,
body.
David, hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
Alex, we need to review what you just said for accuracy. What'd you just say?
Okay, so 2 aldermen, someone made the comment, I don't know if it was you or somebody else, that 2 aldermen couldn't add something before. They could. I restated that an alderman, when I spoke to them as a citizen, was championing a project, wanted to bring something onto the agenda, was advised that it wasn't going to happen for a given set of reasons. Then we went through the process of creating this, the current version of 262, which originally was proposed as 3 aldermen, and then the last board amended that back to 2 and added the resolution.
Kathy?
Thank you. So I'm just going to go back a little bit more in our Wayback Time Machine ride that we're on here tonight. Before I came here, and actually when I arrived here, and Chris, I know you're here as a former alderwoman as well, there were no opportunities for aldermen to put things on the agenda. It was strictly controlled by the city administrator, and I'm sure occasionally the mayor would put things on as well, but that's historically how Branson had been run. And so when I got here, and I would have one alderman come to me and say, hey, I'd really like this topic to get put on, I'd like you to start working on this bill, and I would say, okay, well, I need more than just one alderman to tell me you want me to start working on, say, an annexation bill, right? Something that's going to take many, many months and public involvement, et cetera. So I consulted with the mayor, like maybe there's something different we can do, because I want our elected officials, just like what Mr. Cushman's saying, they are the voice of the people. They're that first contact with the people to be able to bring issues of concern. And if there in the future is an administrator here who is more tyrannical and wanted to keep those gates up and not allow that to happen, that there be a process to allow it to happen. So I was delighted to get to work with the board on that initiative, to have the 2 aldermen, but that was a new thing in the last 3 years. It wasn't like that when I got here.
And that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago, and now I think this is fine too. So I'm excited to work with the board and the public on this.
Alderman, or Administrator Stepp, I appreciate those comments. I think just as a citizen of the community, my concern is that I want to make sure, whatever you guys do, make sure and give this body of aldermen the opportunity to put items on the agenda, because that is what the people of this community want them to be able to do. So that's all I ask.
And I just want to make it clear that the previous board had that ability, and this board has the same ability.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else in the audience? Hearing none, we're going to vote on this to move it forward?
Yeah, on the resolution,
Yeah,
yes,
the
sir.
resolution. We ready to vote? Any alderman have any other questions? So let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
All right, this is the first reading of bill number 6669, an ordinance approving the contract with GTC UNO LLC for antenna site lease and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You have read the first reading of Bill 6669. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Charlie Houston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. The fire department desires to enter into an agreement with OTC or GTC UNO LLC for an antenna site lease. It's located in the wooded area behind White River Electric on East 76. I believe in your packet you have a map and some coordinates there. This is a communication tower that has historically for many years now housed our what we call our East repeater for our radio system. The antenna is on that tower and the coax that goes to that. So over the past year, that tower has changed ownership, which is leading us to seek new lease agreement on that tower. So the details of that, the term of the lease should be for 1 year with an automatic renewal for up to 9 years with a 3% increase each year. And currently, the fire department would pay $300 a month for that lease. So staff would recommend we approve that and answer any questions that you may have.
Who would the lease be paid to?
It's to GTC UNO LLC.
Any aldermen have any questions? Any members of the community have any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments to the Advisory Park Board and Planning Commission. This is in accordance to the Board and Committee Appointments Procedure for Category 1, appointments made by the mayor with approval by the board. Mayor, please announce the appointments to be voted on.
Okay, appointments to the Advisory Park Board with terms expiring June 2029. Scott Wiest, Candace Sullinger, Micah Farley, and Michael Young. Appointments to the Planning Commission with terms expiring April 2030, Kendall Hayes and Rick DeJager. I have a motion to approve the appointments for Category 1 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. And thank you to everybody for their willingness to serve.
Your Honor, the next item is Category 2 appointments for Board of Adjustment made by the governing body. There was one vacancy on the Board of Adjustment and one application received, so the following applicant will be voted on by the board. So appointment to the Board of Adjustment with a term expiring April 2030 is Scott Thurkel.
A motion to approve the appointment for
So
Board
moved.
of...
Second.
Must be getting late. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any, no discussion? Let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
The next item is appointments of Board of Aldermen representatives to the Taney County Partnership Board and Chamber of Commerce. These are Category 4 appointments, which are made by the mayor but not approved by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, please announce your appointments.
For Taney County Partnership Board, Glenn Schultz. My appointment for the Chamber of Commerce is Clay Cooper. It's a bet that, hey, I only had a certain deck to work with. And this deck had a couple jokers in it, so. Before we move, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I accept by default.
So the next item is appointments to the Board of Aldermen representatives to the M. Graham Clark Downtown Airport Board, Advisory Park Board, and Planning Commission. These are also Category 5 appointments made by the mayor with approval by the Board of Aldermen. Please, or Mayor, please announce your appointments to be voted on.
Appointment for the Airport Board is Artie Lucas. Appointment for the Advisory Park Board is Ashley. And the appointment for the Planning Commission with a term expiring 2027 is Ruth. I have a motion to approve the appointments for Category 5 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
And Your Honor, the next item is appointments to the Historic Downtown Community Improvement District. This appointment process is also in line with Category 5 appointment made by the mayor with approval by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, please announce the appointments to be voted on.
The extension of Thomas Motley and Bob Simmons terms to 2028 and reappoint Kyle Junk, Chris Knipple, and Mary Bowman to the Historic Downtown Branson SID Board with terms expiring April 2030. Do I have a motion approving these appointments?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second and a third. We have a motion. Please vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Before we move on, Hillary, is there a way that I could move back to one of the earlier items where we had Category 5 appointments to the TCED 76 CID, excuse me, the 76 CID board? You're looking at me
Yes.
funny.
No, I'm not. That was not a funny look. There, it's right there.
Okay?
Got it.
So hearing from the board, from two stakeholders, of what they were wanting for the appointment for the 76 CID board is, what I heard clearly from them is they're wanting Brian Cossenbloom, who's an existing SID member, to stay on the board. So with that understanding, could I go back to here and make Brian Costabloom an appointment as a stakeholder director to the 76 CID board?
Yes,
Again?
you can.
Okay, so do I have a motion approving?
So
Costabloom?
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments from the board?
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that consideration.
Thank you. No other questions or comments?
I also say thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Any other, wait a minute, if there's more compliments, we'll hold off on the vote. Any
Thank you
others?
for everything, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for putting me on parks, Mr. Mayor.
And the hits keep on coming. So back to this, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Now we'll go to the report section of the meeting. We'll start off with Ashley.
It is an honor to lead this tradition right now. Okay, guys, it has been a whirlwind of onboarding, acclimating, and finding my footing. Thank you to everybody who is bearing with me on that. I wouldn't say that I fully arrived just yet, but I can definitely confidently say that I do believe I am well on my way. Within my first few weeks of being elected, I was able to meet with the Lodging Association Legislative Group, the Branson Chamber and CVB, city staff, the Legislative Affairs Group hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, and the Taney County Republicans. However, this time as an alderwoman and not a candidate trying to prove how Republican I am. I was able to attend the 76 CID board meeting, and as you already know, speak with a few board members. I was also able to meet multiple times with the developers of Fountains at Fall Creek Development. For those of you still with your popcorn, that is the Dan Ruda development. Ruth and I hosted a listening session with the residents and the POA board of Country Bluff Estates. I am excited to share that they have clearly communicated their top priorities, and we are currently working through final cooperative agreement clarifications to ensure that those priorities are properly addressed. During the chamber-hosted legislative meeting, I learned that Senate Bill 1646 has currently passed out of committee, and that the city has engaged a lobbyist to attach this bill to a larger piece of legislation for expedited passage. So I just want the record to show that I am not in agreement with this decision. Unfortunately, I have been told there isn't much we can do as a board because the previous municipal code section 2-62 would not have allowed us enough time to get the item on tonight's agenda. We may try for the next meeting now that we've changed that, but it might be too late as the legislative session will already be over. So I want to also be equally clear. I'm not opposed at all to a sports complex or to economic development. What I am opposed to is advancing decisions that impact taxpayer dollars through executive sessions and sending them to Jefferson City without public input. At this time, I'm not confident that reallocating infrastructure funds towards a sports complex is the right move, especially when we have yet to see a clear capital plan or infrastructure prioritization plan for our city. Our residents have consistently voiced their desire for meaningful investments, like an indoor aquatic facility and the expanded trail systems, and I will always advocate for our residents and for their priorities. These are the types of amenities that support not only tourism, but the quality of life for people like me who call Branson home. There is a path forward, and I believe we can get there thoughtfully and transparently. There are many moving parts and details still to be worked out, but I just wanted it clearly on the record. While the board may not have been in a position to stop this action, I do not support how this process has unfolded. Again, thank you for trusting me with this appointment. I will continue to ask questions and give it everything I have for a brighter Branson. I'll continue to ask in everything we do, can we do this better? The answer may be no sometimes, but the question is always worth asking. Many blessings to you all, your newly appointed Ward 3 Alderwoman Ashley Harkness.
Ashley, if I can, let me just address for clarity. I know I've heard that in the campaign that that There were some that were opposed to this legislation. In fact, I believe there was an alderman or two that was opposed to this and withdrew their opposition and provided support. The big question that I keep hearing over and over is everybody's opposed to sending something to Jeff City about this tax for a proposed sports facility complex before taking it to the community. Our board, we would never, ever, ever consider doing anything without the vote and support from the community. In fact, the way the timeline works, and this is reality, at the end of next month, the end of May, we're expecting to get some reports back that this board approved several months ago. We approved $135,000 to Baker Tilly to do some specialized reports on this facility. Those reports, Ashley, were to tell us if this is even feasible. If it is feasible, what size would it be? If it was a certain size, considering what the market is out there, how many tournaments would this generate? How many people in attendance? At what times of the year would it come in? What would the potential cash flows be? Right? Once we had that information, we were going to go to the community. We can't go to the community and say, let's have a big meeting about this. We don't know what the cost is. We don't know what the size is. We don't know if it makes any economic sense. But hey, community, what do you think? We were going to go to the community to, in fact, there'd be more than one meeting because this is a big deal for our community. This is give or take $100 million development. So we're obviously going to go to the community. In fact, we would have to go to the community because for this to get approved, I don't know if you know this has to go to the vote of the people. We can't be pulling something over the community's eyes and then ask them to vote on it. They would have to know everything about this. So the conception of, an executive session, we approved some things and we didn't go to the community and we're taking it to Jeff City, I'm sorry, but that's a bunch of hogwash.
Thank you for your clarification, and I'm just going to stand on my report. I made it very clear what my concerns and how they came out were.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Artie?
I don't have much tonight. I would just like to thank all the people that come out and sit here through these meetings. I know they're probably not any more fun for you out there than they are for us up here in many situations, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I would also like to invite everybody to come out this Saturday to the Recplex for their annual garage sale, and there will be many, many other garage sales along Branson Hills. So please be careful when you come out because people don't drive 40 miles an hour on Branson Hills Parkway.
Branson Hills Speedway. Clay?
I just want to make sure Billy's wife knows about the garage sale. Is she listening? Big garage sale at Recplex. I just want to follow up on the motion that I had for the public comment. Is that still coming down the pike or whatever? Okay. Also, for Kendall, since he hasn't said anything tonight. So I guess there's a third party changing out water meters. I've had a couple of calls, Jamie Whitus from Tanger, and I actually, at the theater, it happened to me too. Like our water was off like right after a show, and we had customers in the bathrooms, and they're coming out going, "What's wrong? Your water's off." What? It is? So I sent a maintenance man out, and he said there's like 3 trucks that are unmarked. There's no city logos. They're all wearing these vests, and there's like 7 guys watching one guy, and they're like, "Oh, we're changing water meter out. It'll take about 15 minutes." And he's like, "Well, it'd been nice if we had a heads up, So I just wanted to relay that message that did happen to me, and a couple other businesses contacted me. So you may already be aware of it. Okay. You wasn't? Yeah, they
Kinda
might want
was.
to contact a business before they just show up and turn their water off. That happened to you too? Yeah.
Kendall's aware.
Okay. Is there ever, I'm sure there has there been discussion ever about a city bus transit, some kind of public, I mean, I know we've had it in the
Study
past.
after study.
Yeah, and we just got nowhere, or is it just? Oh. Yeah, go ahead and Kendall.
Go ahead, Kendall.
I'm sorry.
I apologize for the inconvenience of the water shut-off, and I was made aware of that today. I did talk to Jamie Whitus, and then we had a stern conversation with the contractor because during the pre-construction kickoff of that project, it was relayed to us that they were to contact each business owner before shutting off water, and if it was going to be any inconvenience at that particular time, that they were going to be handed a flyer with a phone number to call their office and set up a good time to do that. So up until today, they'd been following that procedure for some reason. I don't know why it changed, but we did have a stern conversation with them today about that. So
This was like, yeah, last week it happened to me, so.
okay, if you hear any more, please let me know.
Yeah, yeah.
But again,
It was
we
just
did-
really weird because they weren't
Yeah.
city people and all of a sudden, yeah.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, so did the bus conversation just fall on I mean,
We can bring it up again and discuss.
I
it.
just know I have-
It's public transportation.
Yeah.
Issue, yeah.
I mean, I have about a half a dozen employees that, live in hotels and walk and don't have vehicles, and one brought it up to me, and then another brought it up to me, and I thought, well, we could maybe have that discussion, and I know they're expensive, and it's not but we're always talking about people that are workforce and where they're gonna live, but they also need a way to get to work, so if we could have that discussion down the road, that'd be
Hey.
beautiful.
You could put it on the agenda.
Hey, I just need one more to back me up, baby. We'll give Kathy about a half a day to get it going, and we'll be ready.
That's right.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thanks. Ruth?
I thank everybody for being here tonight, too. Sometimes meetings go a little bit longer than we expected, but I consider them fun because I enjoy being a part of this community and being able to represent Ward 3. It's an honor to me, so I think it's a lot of fun. Also, resolution will be coming forward in the near future. Kind of got the draft ready for the child trafficking and how the city can participate in standing up against that. Also, we've got 2 exciting events coming August 1st and October 17th to be announced. And lastly, yes, went to the Country Bluff Estates to visit with some of the owners of the properties. I've been a part of this since the very beginning with the Country Bluff Estate neighborhood, and it has been a long journey, and I will continue to represent them. I am continuing to get calls after the meeting that was held, and more concerns were shared, so I will pass those on, and we will move forward from there. That's it.
Thank you. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. First, Clay, I support your idea of a discussion on public transport, but I would also say for employees, don't overlook the scooters that are available through Elevate Branson. It's a nice program. It's economical for people, and it might be an alternative meanwhile, because you can imagine how long it'll take us to get anywhere. And by the way, every public transport system I've ever worked on is heavily funded. Yeah, heavily funded. So, okay. So first, I want to congratulate the Historic Downtown CID. They held their vote for the extension of their 1% sales tax, and it passed. It's certified. And so that's great. They can continue to move forward, providing all the great services downtown, including Sparky the trolley and the flowers and everything else. So congratulations. Their executive director is here, Chris Bohink, so congratulations on all the good work on that. I had an opportunity to meet with our new library director. I realize that's a separate taxing district, but if you've had any interaction with the library in the last year or so, you might have sensed that things weren't as good as they could have been. They have a new director. His name is Nicholas Holliday. Got to spend some time with him. Very impressed. Very sharp guy. Is already digging in with the board on the budget and expansion issues. And so if you get a chance to meet him over at the library, I think you'll enjoy the conversation to see where that group is going. I'll just make a comment. I've had a number of comments from citizens that once again our fountain on the landing is down for maintenance after being down for maintenance 3 months during the winter. And at $50,000 a month, I think we can do better.
I think we could not do it at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that,
Yeah, it is.
was my mic on?
Yeah, was it? Another thing that I think we as a board should start thinking about soon, Ashley mentioned the legislative agenda or legislative session at the state is coming to an end already in about another month. And it will be time for us as aldermen in conjunction with the city staff and the mayor to come up with a legislative agenda that we can present to our 2 representatives during their off season so that by, I think they normally want to get bills submitted in November and December. So it would be a perfect time to maybe in the next month or so have a study session where we get community input and bring all of our individual items and see if we have agreement for what would be appropriate to. We've got 2 great representatives in the state right now, and I really think we should leverage
Let's
their
make that
expertise. Then I just want to comment a little bit on Senate Bill 1646 since it was brought up. The community comments I've heard on it is feeling hurt that the city didn't bring it out for community discussion because we are a board that opens up we open up every agenda item for discussion from the community. We let the community speak about anything that's on their mind related to city business at the beginning, and then somehow on this one, we decided to go a different route. I voted against that, just for the record, when it did happen, because I didn't feel that was the right route. And it's not so much, is it the right thing to do? It's more the chance to get community input as to other things we might do or do it a different way. And I'll just use the example I used during the last couple of months of, and this isn't directly related to Senate Bill 1646, but just the public discussion about it. You know, I had done a fairly deep dive on our tourism taxes and looking at our 1% general city sales tax. And it was very clear to me, if you did the math, that you could easily get rid of our 1% city sales tax with some adjustments to the tourism tax. Now, that has nothing to do at all with the sports center, but it does speak to the opportunity of we could have had a broader discussion about, instead of dividing our pie up in more pieces by spending it in other areas, the tourism tax, we potentially could have expanded the pie and then divided it. So I only bring that up not to say that would have happened and not to replay the whole thing, but I think that's why community input is important, so that we have that opportunity. Now, with all that being said, I completely agree with Alderman Harkness's comments about we've probably run out the clock, essentially, for where we are today. But from my perspective, there was an amendment made to the Senate Bill 1646 that's really critical to this whole discussion. And that amendment is to ensure that before any taxes are spent any differently from the tourism tax, that it must come back to the voters. So I see that as a double interlock, if you will. It has to first come in front of the Board of Aldermen in a public session. We have to approve the language for the ballot to let it go forward, so there'd be an opportunity for public input at that point. And then again, if we approve it as a Board of Aldermen, it has to appear on a ballot, and the community will have to vote on it. So I think even though the clock has kind of run out procedurally for us to do anything differently, I think at least we've got the interlocks in there so that hopefully the community can appreciate what the mayor was saying, is that, you know, we've really made sure that community input will happen before that pie gets spent in any other ways than what it is today. That's my report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start off with that since that's the theme tonight. Senate Bill 1646, just an observation, since there's all the points that have been mentioned already are ones that I too share, but The observation I have is in talking with fellow elected officials, staff members, and just listening to other federal, state, and local representatives at the Legislative Assembly, at the Chamber of Commerce, which I believe 5 of us were there, it was noticed for the record, that the observation that was thrown out by folks who represent this area, they used the example of cart before the horse, and that's not me making the words up, that's their words. So I just think that means something because we work in cooperation with those people to take care of this area. So my report, I would like to roll out just the basic details of my flag initiative. I talked about that. It's going to have 3 elements spanning over 3 months. In the month of May, it's going to be themed Educate, so it's going around social media in person and pushing out the educational pieces of U.S. flag code and flag care, things of those sort. June will be the Advocacy Month, going out and actually spreading those materials for people and advocating, hey, America's 250th is coming up, in July. And so in July, the 3rd element is Celebrate. So we're gonna be informed, we're gonna be educated, and we're gonna go out and celebrate. It's something that means a lot to me, and I've got to work with Director Shook on this, so I'm gonna give her credit because her team is very responsive. Administrator Stepp's very responsive towards my my advocacy for loving the flag, and so I have to give that credit where it's due. And so we're going to work together on making that work better so that Branson's the example of, when you're America's most patriotic city, you inherently have to be the best at caring for the flag. So that's something that I'm going to work alongside of them with. I have a question, and I don't have to hear the answer tonight, but it's something I've been asked about by the community. We have a new city flag. You see it in City Hall. You see it flown at the Chamber of Commerce. But at the roundabout, it's the old city flag, and in other places, it's not displayed at all. So I look forward to finding out, we've made press releases, we've flown it on the dais. What is the status of the new city flag?
It's out to bid. They're getting prices. As soon as they get them back up, it'll be hung expeditiously.
Okay, only reason why I ask is it's the old city flags hung in some locations and not at others.
We haven't got the flags back yet.
Okay. Second, crosswalk safety. I've worked with Director Woods, and he's been extremely helpful before I got here. I'm out routinely at night, during the day, in all the different crosswalks of the city, running, walking, doing that thing, and myself and others have almost been hit by cars multiple times. We're never going to mitigate distracted drivers, but one of the things that I had observed was that in some locations, you'll find that it was shown in a display tonight that there's a state law yield to pedestrians and crosswalk. Obviously, the idea is that if they don't see the yellow flashing strobe or the hawk system with all those other things, they're just going to blow right through the sign and not read it. My thought is, and summarizing an email that the staff shared with me today from our partners at MoDOT, is that they have policy restrictions that prevent them from being able to put these signage, these little pylon signs that say state law, yield to pedestrians and crosswalk. I would just like to ask that, we do whatever we can to make it more apparent that it is a state law, because some people just don't understand, common courtesy, stop for somebody going through in a crosswalk, and if there's flashing yellow strobes, you would think that gets the point across, but it doesn't. And I could sleep better at night knowing that, if you put it out there, there are cognizant drivers and like, oh, it's a state law. Maybe it gets a few more people to slow down. Boyish ambition, but I'm comfortable with the fact that it's doing one more thing until we get more hawk systems, because the risk remains until we get to the point that we put the infrastructure in. So I feel like that's something that's very important to advocate for, is crosswalk safety. You see families jumping 76 all the time. Some people just don't pay attention when they're walking, and drivers certainly don't pay attention while they're driving. So I just wanted to share that, and I appreciate Director Woods working with me on that. That's something I'm going to be following pretty closely. Gateway monuments, I've talked about that. The Aldermen have some things from the gentleman that I am serving after now, Marshall Howden. He distributed some depictions of what a good gateway monument might look like. And so I think that's really important, because in Community Plan 2030, which is the current community plan, it's spelled out several times that we want to have gateway monuments. I've worked with Administrator Stepp and others. It's not something that is budgeted at the moment, but it's something that we can go into discussions about. And I think first impressions matter. We learned that in business. We learned that just in day-to-day life. And so it would be really great to have something more reflective of Branson's culture at all of its entry points. And so that's an ongoing discussion as part of the comprehensive plan and budget. So I just look forward to working with the team on getting that to occur. I support Alderman Denham's initiative with child safety. As a member of the Branson Board of Education, a dad of 4 kids, Missouri is the 4th-ranked highest state for human trafficking, and so working with folks like Pathway Coalition of the Ozarks is very important to me. We have to do a better job and do everything we literally can to protect all of our children. And then I'll end with Runway for Hope is an event put on by Hope Counseling Center. It's our area, our nonprofit here that helps take care of mental health. Mental health matters, and I'm going to share some alarming statistics with you. A recent study by the state of Missouri shows that 10% of youth in Taney County had suicidal ideations. 6% had attempts. If you were to put that into perspective, there's 4,700 kids in Branson School District. This is not Branson School data, but if you just apply Taney County and children, that would be 470 kids having suicidal ideations and 280 attempting. We've got to do everything we can to look after our kids. And it's not just kids, it's veterans, it's your coworkers, it's people you would never guess that have mental health problems. And so I encourage those who like to run, walk, come out to the Branson Airport on May 16th at 7 a.m. If you're a business owner, support. If you want to come out and run, they have a thing called the Lift the Weight Challenge. If you're crazy like me, you can put a 10-pound vest or heavier on and go run a 5K. What's cool about it is you're on the active runway, so you'll never get the opportunity to do that very often. So thank you to Stanfield and team, and then thank you, Hope Counseling Center, for really pushing the envelope on mental health awareness. Thank you.
Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll take my report time tonight just to provide some historical context for everybody regarding the Senate bill and the House bill on the changing and expanding the use of the tourism tax. Back many months ago, before the TIF was, actually while the TIF was being talked about, I was given direction by my board to, I like to use the expression, put arrows in the quiver of how we could possibly financially bring such a significant transformative project to our city. And we had to identify land and the price of the land. We're doing due diligence on the land, the feasibility of the project, as you heard the mayor talking a little bit about. But you know, all that is worth nothing if you don't have any way to pay for something. And in fact, I think I even got some questions at the TIF Commission meeting as I'm thinking back on it, of why are you talking about a sports facility if you haven't yet identified ways to fund it? And I'm like, well, now I couldn't really go out. That would be cart in front of the horse, right? Because first I had to get a project blessed, the whole overall TIF project. And now the next step logically is to identify the property that something like this could go on and make sure that that's appropriate, but obviously be looking at funding mechanisms. So that would be anything from, say, different levels of government participating in the building of this project, philanthropic efforts, you know, donations from prominent members of our community and other communities, sponsorships from maybe big brands like Nike or whomever might want to get in on it. And of course, city funding. The city will have to have skin in the game no matter what route it is that we're looking to, or how we're looking to build that capital stack. So given the legislative calendar, we had a conversation with stakeholders from the chamber, from TCED, from TCP, in my office, and we met, and in fact, Daniel Seitz was a member of that little meeting that we had too, to try and identify what would be some ways that we could look at raising revenue for a facility like this without creating a new tax. Because the fact remains, Branson doesn't have 60, 70, $80 million in the couch cushions laying around that we can use to build this. So we had to be creative, and one of the ideas that came up at that meeting was maybe we can kind of give some elbow room to the way we use, not the tourism promotional portion of our tourism tax, but the infrastructure portion. And of course, to be able to have that conversation, we're now finalizing and getting ready to present our 7 to 10 year capital plan that's going to show how we can bond and we can leverage the money that's in the tourism taxes coming in order to be able to potentially afford a partial or maybe full bond payment on construction of this new facility. and still be able to get infrastructure projects, more of them done faster than what we've ever done before. So we're finalizing the details of that plan, and I say all this to explain to the public is, people have said, well, why didn't you come to the public and ask first? Because I don't have a project to show you yet. It would be irresponsible for me to go and pay for professional renderings on a site that I don't yet know is appropriate or even feasible. We don't own the land yet. But my promise all along has been, if we're successful at this effort in Jeff City, right, I look at it as holding the keys to the car, right? Right now, the Jeff City legislators have the keys, and they may toss it to our Board of Aldermen and say, okay, we're going to give you the flexibility to do this if you so choose. And of course, we would have lots of public input before it would be brought to our board. By then, our due diligence that we're working on a parallel track on will be finished. We'll be prepared to come with some proposed renderings to find out if this whole thing is even feasible or practical for the city. What are the real meaningful economic impacts, and not pie-in-the-sky impacts that have been done by somebody that might have had a stake in the outcome, right? That maybe could financially benefit from us doing it. We wanted impartial third and fourth party consultants to help us with that decision, because I know we have to do our homework to make the case to you all, our taxpayers, on if this is a good investment for our city. And so all that's got to happen. Board will have the keys at that point, public input, lots of it, by the way, and then they can decide if they want to toss the keys to you, to the taxpayer. Because at the end of the day, state law already says that if there's any changes to this tourism tax use, the public would have to approve. But for further clarity and consolation, right, we said, just put the language even in the bill so that everybody's extra 1,000% sure that the voters still have to approve. Decision's going to be yours as taxpayers. Is this a project that you want to see in Branson or not? This isn't Kathy's project or Alex's project or the mayor's project or even the board's project. This is a regional conversation that's been going on for 18 years in the community. And this is the first time we've been able to move the ball significantly to talk about this might actually be able to happen. So my job, keep adding arrows to the quiver. Their job is going to be decide which arrows to use and then ask you for the permission to do so. So that's was that an elevator speech? Probably longer than an elevator. If it was like a high-rise building, it'd be an elevator speech. But I just wanted to give you all some context that there's nothing nefarious. There was nothing under the table going on. It was a simple matter of practicality and making sure that we talk to the legislators of each committee that deals with local government affairs, because moving bill authorship to those chairmen tends to move your issue through the legislative process faster. And it was, of course, done while communicating with our area legislators. So there's been a lot of gossip out there and a lot of kind of innuendo that's been rather unkind. So I wanted to make sure to set the record straight so everybody understood. Our goal is to provide opportunities and options to see if this is something you want, and then we have to make it happen if you do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. In fact, I just want to follow up on that. I don't know, there's not many people in the room or the city know that I actually went to Jeff City a couple weeks ago to help get this out of committee so it could be approved. I went up there. I want you to hear this. Had an accident 10 months ago. 5 months was out of state in therapy. Been home for 5 months. Other than my home in the city limits of Branson, the only trip I've taken was to Jeff City to help get this thing approved. Now, I knew there were scuttlebutt in town. I was unaware that I had some aldermen that were against this. But had I known, the reason I went to Jeff City, in my heart of hearts, it's the first time I see a realistic chance that our community can start getting to a 12-month community. 12-month community, what does that mean for our residents? What it means is, instead of working 9 or 10 months out of the year, you're now working 12 months. If you're working 12 months, you can afford more of a house, right? You can afford more of rent payment. You can afford more of a car payment. There's a lot of things. Comparing a worker in Branson compared to a worker in Nixa, when they qualify for loans, the Nixa resident has 12 months employment, right? So I've lived here over 30 years. When I moved here, this community was talking about year-round employment, how important it is for us to get year-round employment. We've talked and talked and talked and talked. And when I first heard and saw a presentation on the sports facility, for the first time, I was convinced if that makes economic sense and we can bring it to Branson, that will change the dynamics of Branson, Missouri. So I just wanted to share that with you. Whew. And I'll just leave it at that. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Meeting's adjourned.